Chapter 2072, Laying a Trap. Ling Han also strode forward, advancing side by side with Ji Wuming. Today marks the death of you too, Zhu Huiyin said. She launched a vicious punch, obliterating an attacking black figure. Although these black figures couldn't be killed, the more comprehensively they were ripped apart, the longer it would take them to reform. Of course, this long time was only a few seconds. The black figures rapidly reformed. Meanwhile, Ling Han and Ji Wuming drew closer and closer to Zhu Huiyun. Xiao. At this moment, two figures suddenly charged out from behind the boulder, with both of them dashing toward Ji Wuming. At the same time, Zhu Huiyun also leaped forward, with her sword slashing down at Ji Wuming. The two figures who had charged out from behind the boulder were none other than Yu Huaqing and Tian Qingyue. Sure enough, this was a trap. The two Supreme Monarch Tiers had used some kind of technique to conceal their auras, preventing even Ling Han's divine sense from discovering them. It was as if they hadn't existed. At this moment they were launching a deadly attack, aiming to kill Ji Wuming, who possessed relatively weak defenses. This was an extremely suitable plan. As long as they killed Ji Wuming first, Ling Han wouldn't be able to do anything. His powerful defenses would do him no good. Ling Han humphed as he stepped forward to block these attacks for Ji Wuming. "We've been waiting for you," Tian Qingyue suddenly said with a smile. She waved her right hand, tossing forth a jade vial that instantly grew dozens of times larger. The jade vial fell toward Ling Han like a net. Puh. The jade vial landed and Ling Han also disappeared. "Kill?" Tian Qingyue and the others roared as they charged at Ji Wuming. They all unleashed their full battle prowess. "Oh? Su Lan's treasured tranquility vial?" Ji Wuming said in a calm voice as he glanced at the jade vial. His feet remained unmoving and he didn't choose to face the three Monarch Tiers head-on. They were three Supreme Monarch Tiers after all, so even he couldn't face them head-on. Otherwise he would simply be seeking death. Tian Qingyue and the others had laid a trap. Even though their target was still Ji Wuming, Ling Han was the first person they had to deal with. Thus, they used a treasure to temporarily remove him from the battle. "Oh, it isn't the treasured tranquility vial. It's merely a replica that can only be used once," Ji Wuming said with a nod. Even though he was surrounded by three Supreme Monarch Tiers, he showed absolutely no signs of fear. He had truly witnessed this kind of scene many times before. When fighting against the Storm of Darkness, he had even been surrounded and attacked by several elites who had cultivation equivalent to that of Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings. In the end, however, they had all been violently killed by him. He responded to whatever the Supreme Monarch Tiers threw at him, shifting his feet as he calmly navigated between their attacks. Tian Qingyue and the others wore expressions of pure astonishment. This wasn't because Ji Wuming had recognized their treasure as a replica of the treasured tranquility vial. Instead, it was because he had directly spoken the title of Celestial King Su Lan. This was the esteemed title of a Celestial King. Was it something that a measly dividing soul tier cultivator could utter? This was unforgivable disrespect. Regardless of how outstanding a prodigy was, and regardless of how haughty they were, they all had to show utmost respect when they mentioned Celestial Kings. "You actually dare to blatantly utter the name of a Celestial King? How audacious," Tian Qingyue said in a baleful voice. However, Ji Wuming didn't pay this any heed. In reality, the large majority of the current Celestial Kings were his juniors. If they knew of his true identity, they would all pay utmost respect to him. There were 9 heavens for Celestial Kings, and each succeeding heaven was unbelievably difficult to reach. Before a 9th Heaven Celestial King, 8th Heaven Celestial Kings were naturally juniors. Celestial King Su Lan was only an 8th Heaven Celestial King, so in Ji Wuming's eyes, they naturally weren't worth mentioning. Enough with the nonsense. He's simply trying to buy time, Yu Huaqing said in a cold voice. "That's right. Kill him." The three Supreme Monarch Tiers all unleashed powerful attacks in unison. They wanted to kill Ji Wuming as quickly as possible. After all, the treasured tranquility vial was only a replica, so it definitely couldn't trap Ling Han for too long. However, Ji Wuming remained calm as he continued to eerily weave through their attacks. It was as if he had completely disappeared from this space, with none of the attacks being able to hit and injure him. "Regulations of space," the three Supreme Monarch Tiers exclaimed in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with shock. The regulations of space were transcendent above the regulations of the 5 elements. Moreover, cultivating this regulation was also incredibly difficult. This was because one had to obtain void herbs or similar celestial medicines if they wanted to comprehend this regulation. If one couldn't even obtain such items, how could they hope to obtain the secrets of this regulation? Right now, Ji Wuming could dodge their attacks simply by performing a movement technique. This was evidence that he already had a comprehensive grasp of the regulations of space. How had he cultivated this? Such fortune was truly enough to make one's eyes go green with envy. However, the three supreme monarch tiers didn't feel deflated. Instead, they increased the ferocity of their attacks. Even though the regulations of space were indeed transcendent above the regulations of the five elements, one still needed to consider one's grasp over these regulations. After all, it was impossible that 100 points worth of regulation of wood couldn't defeat 10 points worth of regulations of space. Thus, they could naturally shatter Ji Wuming's regulations of space as long as they increased the ferocity of their attacks. As the saying went, brute force could shatter all techniques. Sure enough, when the power of their attacks reached a certain level, Ji Wuming's movements started to become slightly disorganized. This was a result of his regulations of space being damaged. However, Ji Wuming didn't seem to care about this. He held his hands flat, with one hand connecting to the past and one hand controlling the future. It was as if he existed in the past, yet it was also as if he existed in the future. His figure was ethereal and it couldn't be captured. Regulations of time. Tian Qingyue and the others became even more shocked. So be it if Ji Wuming had only mastered the regulations of space, yet he had even mastered the regulations of time. Regardless of whether it was space or time, neither of these regulations could be practiced at will. One had to first obtain the corresponding celestial medicine. Moreover, to reach Ji Wuming's level of mastery, the amount of celestial medicine needed was definitely astonishing. In fact, it was definitely enough to make most celestial kings draw a sharp breath. Not only did they need to be powerful enough, but they also needed to have lived for long enough. Otherwise, even ninth heaven celestial kings couldn't reach such a level. This person. Just who in the world was he? Pum. At this moment, a palm imprint suddenly appeared on the surface of the treasured tranquility vial. There was a flurry of banging sounds and more palm imprints started to appear. At the same time, these imprints also became deeper and deeper. Hurry! He's about to shatter the treasure and escape. We have 10 strikes at most. We definitely have to dispose of this person. Unleash your trump cards. Tian Qingyue and the others were extremely panicked. Ling Han was about to escape, so they definitely had to kill Ji Wuming as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tables would turn, and they would have no more hope of victory. Crescent moon shining through the ages. Tian Qingyue roared. He was the first to respond, with a bright moon immediately materializing behind her. This moon was as limpid and cool as water, and there was an incomplete ancient character on its body. This character instantly lit up, causing the radiance of the moon to become even more brilliant. When the moonlight struck Ji Wuming, his body immediately froze, and he was unable to move anymore. Purple Blade Divine Sword. Zhu Huiyun roared. She also unleashed her trump card, drawing a purple divine sword from the crown of her head. This wasn't a true celestial tool, but rather a divine sword that had been formed from her divine sense. Divided souls didn't necessarily have to take the form of a human. In fact, they could also take the form of all kinds of weapons. However, this was extremely rare. Zhu Huiyun's gaze was piercing. After she thrust her sword down, she would detonate this divided soul, and instantly raise her battle prowess by 10 times or even 100 times. This would unleash a devastating destructive power. At this moment, Yu Huaqing also struck his own chest. Boom. A pair of wings materialized on his back, and numerous symbols lit up at the same time. This caused his battle prowess to rise to an astonishing height. Ji Wuming chuckled upon seeing this. Maha Kasyapa myriad Buddhas. He started to recite the names of Buddhas and the symbol materialized on his forehead. Boundless golden light shone down upon him, enveloping his entire body. Pung pung pung. The attacks of the 3 supreme monarch tiers arrived, yet they were all blocked by the brilliant golden light. At this moment, Ji Wuming was like a golden Buddha, undying and indestructible. Chapter 2073, 9 Lights Ancient Buddha. Their attacks had been ineffective. Tian Qingyue and the others could barely believe their eyes. They had all unleashed their full power, and they had even unleashed their ultimate trump cards. These were trump cards that had raised their battle prowess tenfold. Ji Golden Physique Buddha. This is the secret technique of the 9 Lights Ancient Buddha. The three monarch tears were filled with shock and disbelief as they stared at Ji Wuming. "You're the successor of the Buddhist sect," they exclaimed in unison. The Nine Lights ancient Buddha was a legendary being. He had been an invincible celestial king, and he had founded the Buddhist sect, which had the core purpose of enlightening all beings and teaching them to embrace good. According to legends, this celestial king had possessed great benevolence, yet he could also transform into a demon out of rage. He had even slain ninth heaven celestial kings before. Thus, the Buddhist sect was extremely powerful, and it was ranked highly among the ninth heaven celestial king tier forces. If Ji Wuming were from the Buddhist sect, his identity would be far too astonishing. If someone dared to kill him, would they not be afraid of revenge from the Buddhist sect? According to rumors, the Nine Lights ancient Buddha had vanished long ago. However, who would believe that such a powerful celestial king had died just like that? It was widely believed that he was cultivating in seclusion. If he reappeared in the celestial realm, his battle prowess would definitely be even greater than before. To say nothing of the Nine Lights ancient Buddha, two of his three disciples had also become ninth heaven celestial kings. Meanwhile, the other had become an eighth heaven celestial king. Just these three disciples alone were already powerful enough to frighten people to death. An uncanny smile spread across Ji Wuming's face. Successor of the Buddhist sect. The entire Buddhist sect had been created by him, and it was only because he had fought against the storm of darkness for too long that his personality had undergone huge changes. It was because of this that he had abandoned his almost invincible body and abandoned his will of enlightening all beings. It was also because of this that he had chosen to reincarnate and recultivate. However, he didn't need to explain this to these juniors. "So what if you're the successor of the Buddhist sect?" Tian Qingyue roared in a cold voice. They had already come to this, so things could only end with the death of one party. In any case, after entering this ancient site, life and death were one's own responsibility. This was a tradition, so the Buddhist sect had to honor it no matter how powerful they were. No. Die. Zhu Huiyun and Yu Huaqing also wore cold expressions as they stepped forward. It was either Ji Wuming die or they die. Meanwhile, Ji Wuming continued to recite Buddhist mantras, with the symbol on his forehead becoming increasingly radiant. Layers of golden light enveloped him, and it was as if he were a golden fetus. Pung pung pung. Any attack targeting him was rendered useless. They were completely unable to breach his defenses. The three monarch tears became extremely panicked. Time was flying past, yet they were still unable to shatter Ji Wuming's defenses even though they had already unleashed their most powerful attacks. They felt as if they were facing Ling Han. Regardless of how hard they tried, their efforts were all in vain. Crack. At this moment they suddenly heard a loud cracking sound. A huge hole had been smashed into the treasured tranquility vial, from which Ling Han's figure strode out. "I didn't miss anything, did I?" he asked with a smile. "Just on time," Ji Wuming said calmly. He retracted his golden physique. He would become enemies with Ling Han in the future, so he naturally wouldn't allow him to learn about some of his trump cards. This golden physique was a trump card that he had just recultivated. When channeled using his full power, his physique would be indestructible, similar to Ling Han's formidable physique. The difference was that Ling Han's physique was eternal, meaning that it didn't need to be activated. However, there was nothing he could do about this. That was a cultivation technique created by a heavenly venerate. Could it not be freakish? Tian Qingyue and the others all wore grim expressions. They had initially thought that removing Ling Han from the battle would give them the chance to kill Ji Wuming. However, upon executing their plan, they discovered that Ji Wuming was no weaker than Ling Han if he fully focused on his defenses. This was a despair-inducing discovery. "Now it's your turn," Ji Wuming said with a wide grin. There was clearly a symbol glowing on his head, and he was clearly enveloped in golden light, making him appear like a Buddha. However, with his severed passion sword in hand, he was now as merciless as a demon. He resolutely charged forward, with his sword severing the clouds and splitting the sky as it slashed forth. Ling Han followed behind him, not unleashing any attacks. He was simply responsible for defending. This time, the three monarch tears didn't attempt to flee. This place was only so large, so instead of separating and getting picked off one by one, they might as well work together and take a gamble. As long as they held on for 10 days, they would be able to leave this ancient site. Boom, boom, boom. The five monarch tears became engaged in an intense battle. Ling Han's and Ji Wuming's battle prowess was clearly inferior, yet they were still able to suppress Tian Qingyue and the others. This was an uncanny sight. Meanwhile, the black figures continued to join in on the fun. Even though they were only at Earth Soul, they were still able to become an increasing headache for Tianqingyue and the others because of their undying nature. More importantly, the black figures were still growing in number. What did this represent? The outsiders had been massacred in great numbers, freeing the black figures up and allowing them to charge over. Tianqingyue and the others gritted their teeth as they resisted. Their only hope at survival was to hold on for 10 days. Judging by the current situation, however, this would be incredibly difficult. 1 day, 3 days, 7 days. Sure enough, the three of them were all Supreme Monarch tiers. Unleashing their full power to defend, they actually managed to hold on for 7 days without collapsing. However, they were about to reach their limit. They were all riddled with wounds, and this greatly affected their battle prowess. If it weren't for their strong willpower, they would have already been rendered immobile and helpless by their severe wounds. Ah! Yu Huaqing was the first to shriek in agony. He was hacked to death by Ji Wuming. Tianqingyue and Zhu Huiyun both wore grave expressions. They could already envision their own wretched fates. However, there was already no path to retreat. Their only choice was to battle. Half a day passed, and Tianqingyue wailed in misery as he was killed by Ji Wuming's Minor Heaven's complete bow. Only Zhu Huiyun remained. Ling Han was merciless, and Ji Wuming more so didn't understand the concept of compassion. The two powerful monarch tiers worked together, and in half a day, Zhu Huiyun's beautiful head was removed from her body. Ji Wuming channeled his cultivation technique and engulfed the corpses of the three monarch tiers. Meanwhile, Ling Han collected their spatial rings. There was no reason not to collect these spoils. They returned to the center of the canyon, only to see that there were only 4 people remaining. Among them were Du Xiaojun and Long Budian. Killing intent flashed across Ji Wuming's eyes, and he was just about to kill them with his bow. However, Ling Han raised his hand and said, "That's enough, we've already won." Ji Wuming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he turned around to gaze at Ling Han, and it was as if he were about to redirect this killing intent at him. Only after a short moment did he retract his gaze. He waved his hands and turned around to leave. "Thank you, Brother Ling," Du Xiaojun shouted from the distance. He was stuck in a perilous situation, being surrounded and attacked by over 200 black figures. If Ji Wuming had targeted him just then, he would have definitely been killed. Ling Han nodded in acknowledgement. He then released the Empress and the others from the Black Tower. At this moment, Du Xiaojun, Long Budian, and the others naturally didn't dare to dream about victory. Indeed, they would be filled with happiness as long as they could survive this battle. Right now, they were all gathered in one place, with over 1,000 black figures surrounding and attacking them. Of course, 200 or so of them were on Ling Han's side, so they naturally wouldn't attack Ling Han and his companions. However, Du Xiaojun and the others had to face attacks from all of the black figures. Ling Han offered a helping hand, helping them break free from numerous deadly situations. This caused Du Xiaojun and the others to feel indescribably grateful. This was especially the case with Long Budian. He had initially thought that his battle prowess was superior to Ling Han's, yet at this moment he finally discovered that Ling Han had barely unleashed any of his power during their battle. Otherwise, he would have been killed within 100 strikes. 3 days passed and the battle of the tribes finally drew to a close. At this moment, a colorful and dazzling bead suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 2074, Final Step, Dragon Pearl. Following the appearance of this pearl, all of the black figures instantly vanished from the canyon. This represented the conclusion of the Battle of the Tribes. A symbol started to light up on the hands of Ling Han, the Empress, and the others. The radiance from these symbols intertwined with the radiance from the Dragon Pearl. They were the victors of this battle. Thus, only they could obtain this Dragon Pearl. Du Xiaojun and the others were completely unable to even touch this Dragon Pearl. At the same time, another column of light descended from the sky, landing in the center of the canyon. It was like a path. Ji Wuming was the first to walk over and enter the column of light. Xiao. He instantly vanished. This was the path to leave. Physically speaking, this canyon only had an entrance and no exit. Du Xiaojun and the 3 other survivors thanked Ling Han again before stepping into the column of light and vanishing. Ji Wuming didn't retrieve the Dragon Pearl, so this task could only be left to Ling Han. He picked up the Dragon Pearl and observed it, yet he couldn't find anything special about it. It was extremely ordinary and it was much like a normal rock apart from the fact that it could glow. He initially wanted to examine it for a while longer, yet the column of light was slowly shrinking. It was clear that the path to leave was about to close. Thus, he had no option but to hurriedly walk over and leave with the three women. Wang. His body shuddered slightly, and he immediately appeared near the peak of the mountain. Old monk Nasu was waiting here with a wide smile on his face. What kind of monk was he? He could barely wipe the smile off his face. He had seen the emblem representing the bronze tribe light up in the canyon, and only then had it occurred to him that their tribe had actually won this battle of the tribes. He had then hurriedly run to the peak of the mountain. He truly hadn't expected this. Their tribe was only represented by 5 people, yet they had actually defied the heavens and won. "We haven't disappointed you," Ling Han said as he waved the dragon pearl in his hand. However, he didn't hand it over. Old monk Nasu instantly understood his intentions. With a flick of his fingers, a spatial ring shot toward Ling Han. Ling Han caught the spatial ring and looked over its contents with his divine sense. A satisfied smile spread across his face. There were 50 portions of heavenly dragon bone ashes in total, and each could amplify the benefits of when they were instilled with power by the 100 dragons. However, these benefits could only be amplified by a maximum of 10-fold. This wouldn't change even if they consumed more heavenly dragon bone ashes. Ling Han tossed the dragon pearl toward old monk Nasu. "Xiao." Nasu squinted his eyes and smiled, and he was just about to say something, yet he suddenly disappeared with a flash. Ling Han could sense that some kind of resonance had occurred between the old monk and the dragon pearl. This was probably due to his bloodline. Ji Wuming, Du Xiaojun and the others were also present. Of the over 200 people who had entered the Divine Dragon Mountain, only a mere 9 remained. Ling Han tossed 10 portions of heavenly dragon bone ashes to Ji Wuming. Du Xiaojun and the others could only look on in envy. However, none of them dared to have any indecent thoughts. What a joke. They had barely managed to survive. Let's go, there's still the final stage. We still need to accept the power of the 100 dragons. They continued to ascend the mountain, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the peak. Upon arriving, what they saw was a gigantic platform, on which rested a stone seat. This was a large seat and it could easily fit 4 or 5 people. After one day, whoever's sitting on this throne can obtain 99% of the benefits from the 100 dragons. Meanwhile, those on the platform can only share the remaining 1% of benefits, Du Xiaojun said. Ji Wuming didn't stop, and he directly ascended the platform, causing it to instantly light up. The countdown had begun. Ling Han, another battle. Ji Wuming shouted, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Right now, among those at the same cultivation as him, Ling Han was the only person who could act as his opponent. However, one had to realize that he hadn't unleashed his divided soul yet. Thus, Ling Han could only barely rival him. He needed a true opponent. The path of a paragon wasn't forged by a single person. Instead, it needed one to defeat and rise above tens of thousands of fellow prodigies. In his past life he had competed with several fellow prodigies, each pushing the others to improve. In the end, he was the one who had emerged victorious, becoming a 9th heaven celestial king. If it weren't for those competitors, he might have not risen to become a 9th heaven celestial king. Thus, if one yearned to reach the peak of cultivation, powerful competitors were perhaps even more important than celestial medicines and cultivation techniques. "As you wish," Ling Han replied. He was also burning with fighting spirit. He leaped onto the platform and without another word he immediately launched an attack. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 most powerful monarch tiers didn't warm up at all, and they instead reached their most powerful state in an instant. Fists, palm strikes, kicks, swords and even a strand of hair. All of these could be used as terrifying and deadly weapons. Even though Du Xiaojun and the others were aware of Ling Han's and Ji Wuming's power, they had never witnessed it from such a close distance before, nor had they watched it with such attention. They involuntarily drew a sharp breath. These 2 people were far too powerful. Their battle prowess had completely exceeded the logical limit of the dividing soul tier. Young Master Du, when they reach Heaven Soul, do you think their battle prowess can rival Immortal Palace tier elites? Long Budian asked in curiosity. Du Xiaojun pondered for a moment, and a look of hesitation spread across his face. "Impossible," a person beside him immediately said with a shake of their head. This was one of the survivors and his name was Ma Xian. His voice was filled with certainty as he continued, "Those who have reached the Immortal Palace tier have cultivated a secret realm of the body. Their battle prowess is unimaginably powerful. Even if Ling Han and Ji Wuming both reach Heaven Soul, and even if they team up, it's still impossible for them to rival any Immortal Palace tier elite. The other survivor, Fan Yi, nodded in agreement. Indeed. The gulf between Immortal Palace tier elites and Dividing Soul tier cultivators is far too great. No matter how ordinary a first secret elite is, they can still easily suppress any Dividing Soul tier monarch tier. However, don't forget that those at the 5th severance can rival Dividing Soul tier cultivators. Du Xiaojun said slowly. However, it's a shame that the Dividing Soul tier only has 4 minor levels and not a 5th. Thus, regardless of how prodigious they are, they're still subject to the iron rule of cultivation. This is the rule of heaven and earth, Ma Xian said with absolute conviction. Perhaps, these two can perform a miracle? Du Xiaojun said. Ah, do you want to bet on that? Fanny asked with a hearty laugh. What are we going to wager? Du Xiaojun asked. He showed no signs of backing down. The loser has to agree to a request from the victor no matter what the request is, Ma Xian said. Du Xiaojun didn't nod or shake his head. Instead, he turned to Fan Yi and asked, What do you say, brother Fan? I agree to this wager. Fan Yi said with a nod. None of them paid any attention to Long Budian. After all, he was a measly emperor tier, insignificant in the eyes of monarch tiers. You two are definitely going to lose. Wen Yo suddenly said. Nyo's Ling Han is the most powerful. Her face was filled with pride. Fan Yi and Ma Xian both wore reserved smiles upon hearing this. Even though they were extremely thankful to Ling Han, they naturally had their own views as monarch tiers. They definitely couldn't abandon their own opinions because of the recent events. If they did, they would essentially be severing their own cultivation paths. Dividing Soul tier cultivators rivaling Immortal Palace tier elites. What kind of hilarious joke was this? They were certainly going to win this bet. Meanwhile, Ling Han and Ji Wuming were engaged in a ferocious battle on the platform. However, their aim wasn't to kill each other. Instead, it was to force the other off the throne. They both understood that neither of them possessed the power to kill the other. Thus, their aim was simply to occupy the throne to enjoy the benefits from the 100 dragons. This was an intense battle, and both of the paramount monarch tiers were unleashing their full battle prowess as they tried to blast each other off the throne. Du Xiaojun, the Empress, and the others also entered the platform. However, they didn't have the right to participate in the battle for the throne. They could only spectate this battle from afar. In any case, there was only 1% of benefits to share, so they couldn't be bothered battling with each other. They simply stood there to await the final result. Time slowly crept by, and it wasn't long before one day was about to pass. However, the battle between Ling Han and Ji Wuming was still red-hot, with neither of them willing to retreat a single step. Chapter 2075, Blessing of the 100 Dragons. 1. A column of light soared into the sky from the throne, enveloping Ling Han and Ji Wuming. At the same time, columns of light also soared from all 4 sides of the platform, although these columns of light were far dimmer than that from the throne. The blessing of the 100 dragons had begun. Because both Ling Han and Ji Wuming were in the vicinity of the throne, and because neither of them was able to push the other out, it was ultimately the two of them who enjoyed 99% of the benefits of this blessing of the 100 dragons. Meanwhile, the Empress and the others shared the remaining 1% of the benefits. This was a huge difference. Ling Han, Ji Wuming, and the others all retrieved their heavenly dragon bone ashes. However, this wasn't to be ingested. Instead, they needed to scatter these heavenly dragon bone ashes. Puffs of white ashes danced in the air, transforming into numerous coiling dragons under the illumination of the light. These dragons were very small, not even measuring 1 foot in length. However, their occasional roars were deafening and resounding. These were roars that directly entered one's divine sense. Numerous dragons hovered around Ling Han, preparing to enter his body. Knowing that this was the blessing of the 100 dragons, Ling Han naturally wouldn't reject these dragons. He relaxed himself and welcomed these dragons with open arms. 1. The first dragon slithered into his body, instantly causing a powerful energy to course through him. This raised his physique in all aspects, and it also mended the slight imperfections that he had left during his journey of cultivation. This was quite similar to the heavenly Tao Jade in that it could mend his innate shortcomings, thereby allowing him to reach a state of perfection. At the same time, his physical strength was also increasing. When cultivators reached the Eternal River tier, their strength could theoretically become limitless, perhaps even reaching the Genesis tier, the Severing Mundane tier, or even the Celestial King tier. However, without the support of the corresponding cultivation level, no one had the ability to master such terrifying strength. Thus, with the blessing of the 100 dragons and a tenfold increase in benefits due to the heavenly dragon bone ashes, Ling Han's physical strength rose by an explosive amount after temporarily stopping at the peak stage of the dividing soul tier. In the end, his strength exceeded the dividing soul tier, and entered the immortal palace tier. Ling Han's physique was powerful enough, so he was more than capable of wielding this strength. However, if his strength continued to increase, perhaps he would no longer be able to withstand it. In any case, brute strength alone wasn't enough. For example, if one used a cotton club to hit someone regardless of how hard they swung, the force of the strike would still be minimal. With the addition of the power of regulations, however, it would be as if one had wrapped a sheet of metal around the cotton club. At that time, its strikes would definitely be painful. Thus, obtaining physical strength at the Immortal Palace tier, Ascending Origin tier, or even the Celestial King tier wasn't very important. Of course, there were still benefits in doing so. The stronger one was, the more attacks they could unleash in unison. This could also elevate one's battle prowess. Moreover, as long as the growth of one's power of regulations could keep up, their strength could also give them significant help. Ling Han sat cross-legged as he greedily absorbed the blessing of the 100 dragons. He was slightly astonished at this moment. This blessing actually contained a sliver of the power of regulations? It was of the water element, and it caused his Shenin source water to feel extremely comfortable as it was nurtured by the source power of heaven and earth. As time passed, the dragons hovering around them also decreased one by one. 3 days later, all of the dragons had already been absorbed. The soaring columns of light also rapidly dissipated, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The blessing of the 100 dragons had concluded. 1. Ling Han and the others felt their bodies suddenly tensing up. Before they knew it, the scene before them flashed, and they already reappeared in 100 Dragon City. The gate of light above them slowly closed. Where's Tian Qingyue and Yu Huaqing? I don't see Xiao Tong and Zhu Huiyun either. The only monarch tiers are Du Xiaojun, Ma Xian, and Fan Yi. Du Xiaojun and the others are definitely no match for supreme monarch tiers like Tian Qingyue. Perhaps the 4 supreme monarch tiers all died at each other's hands? Tens of thousands of people had entered, yet the number of survivors was only a measly 3,000. Moreover, the most powerful prodigies had all vanished without a trace. There was only one explanation for this: they had all died in the 100 Dragons Mystery Realm. How was this possible? To say that this mystery realm was incredibly dangerous, posing a perilous risk to even top-notch monarch tiers, this was indeed possible. However, even though the 4 supreme monarch tiers had died, some of the weaker monarch tiers had somehow managed to survive. This was what instilled disbelief in their minds. What in the world happened? Everyone was asking this in curiosity. However, only Ling Han and 8 other people had entered the Divine Dragon Mountain, so how could the others know about what happened? Thus, they could only reply with blank gazes, completely unsure of how to answer. Anyhow, regardless of this, news of Tian Qingyue and the other Supreme Monarch tiers' deaths would definitely trigger overwhelming commotion. The forces behind them definitely couldn't accept such a mysterious disappearance of their successors. They had to get to the bottom of this no matter what. If their successors had been killed by ferocious beasts or natives in the Mystery Realm, they could only accept this with exasperation. However, if they had died at the hands of their fellow cultivators, they wouldn't let this slide so easily. Even if the adults didn't step forward, they would definitely send some juniors over to win their face back. However, even elite prodigies such as Tian Qingyue and Zhu Huiyun had been killed, so could anyone else at the same cultivation level as them exact revenge for them? If they had to dispatch cultivators of a higher level, that would be far too humiliating. Brother Ling, Fu Yu shouted as he ran over. This is so incredibly strange. Even supreme monarch tiers like Tian Qingyue and Xiao Tong were killed in the Mystery Realm. I truly wonder which vicious person did this. Oh, that's right, Brother Ling, what dragon bridge did you arouse? You probably aroused an ordinary dragon bridge, am I right? Although I know you're powerful, you're still slightly inferior to Tian Qingyue and the others. If I were to guess, I would say that you aroused 7 or even 8 dragon bridges. Say, am I correct? Ling Han smiled and replied, you guessed very correctly. Fu Yu hadn't entered the Divine Dragon Mountain, so it was impossible for him to know that the man before him was one of the culprits who had played a hand in Tian Qingyue, Zhu Huiyun, and the other monarch tiers' disappearance. Come on, let's go and rest. They found another inn, and their journey through the 100 Dragons Mystery Realm drew to a conclusion. Afterward, they would attend the gathering of Alchemy. After settling down in the inn, Fuyu couldn't help but immediately head out to gather information again. He was someone who couldn't bear peace and quiet. Only after running around for 3 days did he finally return. I've heard that Tian Qingyue and the others were all slain by someone. Moreover, it was someone who entered the mystery realm with us, Fuyu said with vivid emotions. Brother Ling, who do you think this powerful person is? They were even able to slay 4 supreme monarch tiers. He glanced at Ling Han before shaking his head. He slapped his own head and said, if Brother Ling had been at Heaven's Soul now, I would have guessed that it had been Brother Ling Ha. Fuyu roared with laughter, thinking that he had told a funny joke. However, Ling Han patted his shoulder and said, I was indeed the culprit. Brother Ling, you're truly a jokester. Fuyu said, laughing even more gleefully. Ling Han's expression was serious and he said, I'm telling you the truth. Ha ha. Fuyu clutched his stomach in laughter and he said, Brother Ling, stop with your jokes, I can't hold on for much longer. Ling Han was rendered speechless. Why did other people always think he was joking when he told the truth? The two of them wanted to continue their conversation, yet they were dragged to a restaurant by Hu Niu. Oi, Brother Zhang, have you heard? Tian Qingyue, Zhu Huiyun, and the other supreme monarch tiers were all killed by someone. Of course I've heard. Everyone's talking about this right now. Heh, but do you know who killed them? You know? Of course. Then hurry up and say. When Ling Han and the others passed this table, the two guests were conversing with fervent excitement. Fuyu's ears immediately pricked up. There were 2 people in total. One was Ji Wuming and the other was Ling Han. Puh. Fuyu immediately coughed and spluttered. Chapter 2076, Alchemy Opponents. Brother Fu. Ling Han called as he looked at the dazed Fuyu. Fuyu's entire body was stiff, and he remained unresponsive even as Ling Han waved his hand before his face. Only after a short while did Fuyu finally jump up as if someone had stepped on his tail. He jumped a meter high before violently grabbing the person who had just spoken, questioning, Are you certain that person is called Ling Han? The person was given a fright. He was only at the 3rd severance, so he naturally couldn't resist Fuyu's strength. His voice trembled as he replied, Young master, are you asking about the 2 ferocious cultivators who killed Tian Qingyue? Nonsense. Spittle splattered across the person's face. However, he didn't dare to wipe it off as he hurriedly replied, Yes, that person is called Ling Han. According to rumors, he's 7 feet tall, and his arms are so long that they reach his knees. His balls are as big as boulders and he's as vicious and ruthless as can be. Ling Han was astonished upon hearing this. So be it if they said that he was 7 feet tall. But what the hell was that about his balls being as big as boulders? Ha 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 ha. Hu Niu clutched her stomach in laughter. Ling Han, are you 7 feet tall? Your arms aren't that long either. Meanwhile, the Empress also couldn't help but smile. This rumor was far too exaggerated. Brother Ling, they were truly killed by you? Fuyu asked as he loosened his grip on that person. I already told you, but you refused to believe me, Ling Han said with a smile. Heavens! Fuyu clutched his head and exclaimed, You're only at Yang Soul. So what? What do you mean, so what? When you reach Heaven's Soul, won't you be powerful enough to slay even Immortal Palace tier elites? Fuyu exclaimed. He had initially thought that the powerful cultivator who had killed Tian Qingyue and the others was definitely at Heaven's Soul, just that they were slightly more freakish. However, to his shock, his imagination hadn't been wild enough. As it turned out, this freak was only at Yang Soul. Who knows? Ling Han said with a shake of his head. The gulf between dividing soul tier cultivators and Immortal Palace tier elites was far too great. In fact, this gulf was even greater than that between severing mundane tier cultivators and dividing soul tier cultivators. After all, severing mundane tier monarch tiers could still rival cultivators at Yang Soul. However, it was simply impossible for anyone at Heaven's Soul to rival first secret elites. Anyhow, if he could obtain 9 divided souls, and if he could elevate his minor level an extra 5 times above Heaven's Soul, perhaps he could overcome this gulf to the Immortal Palace tier. He could only wait and see. The 5 of them chit-chat as they walked up to the 2nd level, leaving the 2 cultivators gaping in daze and shock. The young man just then was Ling Han, the fearsome person who had killed Tian Qingyue and the others. Heavens! After entering a private room on the 2nd level, Fu Yu became filled with enthusiasm as he asked Ling Han about his battle with Tian Qingyue and the others. Ling Han had no option but to briefly recount his experiences to this curious child. He wasn't someone who enjoyed bragging, so he only gave a very brief account of the events. Even so, Fu Yu still sucked in breath after breath of cold air. In fact, he even jumped up in emotion and waved his arms around when Ling Han reached climactic parts of his story. "Brother Ling, you're truly impressive," he said as he raised his thumb. He gave his praise without any reservations. "Oh, that's right, the gathering of alchemy is about to commence soon. I've heard that in addition to many experienced and renowned alchemists, there are also a lot of young and upcoming alchemists who are attending. Brother Ling, if you want to enter the top 3, the difficulty will definitely be insane. Come, I'll introduce some competitors to you." Fu Yu started counting on his fingers, saying, "Let's talk about the older generation first. This time, alchemist Mu Yang is also attending. He already became a 3-star alchemist tens of millions of years ago, and it's rumored that he's also mastered the 5 refinement. He has hopes of becoming a grandmaster. In terms of the younger generation, there are far too many prodigies. Wu Zishu from Water Cloud City is a supreme prodigy, and he became a 3-star alchemist before the age of 10 million. Not long ago he more so reached the 4th refinement. Although that was only recent, with the help of the time cultivation chambers, he might reach the 5th refinement at any moment. Although Xie Yuezhang from 100 Flower City isn't as brilliant as Wu Zishu, his progress has been extremely steady. It took him a whopping 1 billion years to become a 1-star alchemist, and no one took him seriously at that time. However, after another 1 billion years he became a 2-star alchemist. Another 1 billion years and he became a 3-star alchemist. This time, it's coincidentally 1 billion years after he became a 3-star alchemist. Thus, everyone is speculating that he's going to become a 4-star alchemist. Pan Luoling from Sun Chasing City is a breathtakingly beautiful woman. According to rumors, she obtained the memories of an ancient alchemist grandmaster, allowing her alchemy skills to improve at an astonishing speed. She'll definitely be stiff competition for you. No, it's very likely that they've already decided on a placing for her internally. Ling Han found this slightly strange and he asked, "The competition hasn't even begun, so how can that be?" "Hey, it's because you don't know about this. Among the several alchemists from the ancient alchemy tower, one of them is the grandson of Elder Yuan. His name is Yuan Tongguang and I saw him accompanying Pan Luoling a few days ago. Moreover, he was trying his best to impress her. Say, with the support of an elder's grandson, is winning a placing not an extremely easy task for Pan Luoling?" Fu Yu mused. Ling Han involuntarily chuckled, saying, "Why you? Your views are far too negative." "You don't believe me? Then let's wait and see," Fu Yu said with a shake of his head. "Anyhow, Brother Ling, you killed Tian Qingyue and the others, and that's truly a huge issue. The forces behind them definitely won't let you off easily." A smile spread across Ling Han's face and he said, "The larger the commotion is, the better." If the commotion grew large enough, it was possible that Lu Hairong might hear news about them. At that time she could hurry over to take them away. Otherwise, it was hard to say what other troubles they might come across during their journey to the Rock Palace. Fu Yu was rendered speechless. He couldn't help but feel that Ling Han was far too audacious. He had already caused such huge trouble, yet he was still acting with such boldness and confidence. In contrast to the 100 Dragons Mystery Realm, the alchemy competition would allow spectators for the entire duration. Thus, this competition also became a topic for gambling, with many people placing bets. Many people placed bets on who they thought would become the top 3. Sure enough, the skill of the alchemist was reflected in the potential winnings. The payout for placing a bet on alchemist Riang, Wu Zishu, Xie Yuezhang and Pan Luoling was only around 2. Meanwhile, the payout for some people was a whopping 1 to 40. The gulf between them was astonishing. Ling Han naturally belonged to the group of alchemists people didn't favor. His payout was 1 to 10. It wasn't extremely high, and this was because he had needed to fill out his alchemy level while signing up for the competition. As a 3-star alchemist who had reached the 1st refinement, his payout naturally wouldn't be too high. Anyhow, there were several other people who were also strongly favored with relatively low payouts. Even though their payouts weren't as low as those of Wu Zishu and the others, it was still a lowly 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. This was a reflection of the confidence that people had in them. Of course, there were always dark horses that would appear during the alchemy competition. For example, Feng Tianyun was a prodigy who had emerged during the previous alchemy competition. In the beginning, people hadn't paid much attention to him. In the end, however, he surprised everyone time and time again, eventually becoming the victor. What's the prize for winning this time? Ling Han asked. Fu Yu's mouth was agape and he couldn't utter a single word. The competition hadn't even started, and he had more so told Ling Han about all of the prodigies that he had to face. Each of them had the ability to win. Yet, the other party wasn't paying any attention to them at all. He shook his head, saying, the prize for coming first is a map that leads to an ancient mystery realm. It's extremely likely that there's a great herb of hundreds of billions of years old in this mystery realm. Hundreds of billions of years old. This was incredibly astonishing. Generally speaking, celestial medicines could be considered mature once they became 10 billion years old. At that time they could be placed in medicines. To reach an age of 100 billion years wasn't as simple as becoming 10 times as valuable. Instead, the value of such medicine would be 100 times or even 1,000 times greater. Ling Han's heart thumped in excitement. Chapter 2077, Dark Horse. News of Tian Qingyue's and the other Supreme Monarch Tier's death was still festering. However, because the celestial realm was far too large, the forces behind them wouldn't be able to respond in the short term. However, looking at the time, they might be able to respond after the conclusion of the alchemy competition. The alchemy competition was commencing immediately after the competition in the 100 Dragons Mystery Realm, and so it was going to begin in 10 days. Ling Han entered a short period of seclusion. Sitting under the reincarnation tree to comprehend Tao, even a measly 10 days could become an extremely long time. Ling Han had come across a barrier in alchemy. It had already been a long time, yet he was still unable to push open the door to become a 4-star alchemist. Moreover, he was stuck on the 4th spirit refinement, and he was still a bit short of reaching the 5th refinement. Even though 10 days couldn't change anything, it would be enough time for him to make some preparations and hone his skills. 10 days flew by in a flash, and there arrived the day for the alchemy competition. Hundreds of millions of alchemists had arrived for this competition, and to say nothing of those who were here to make up numbers, there were actually quite a number of 3-star alchemists as well. They were all hoping to join the ancient alchemy tower, where they might find the opportunity to open the doors to becoming a 4-star alchemist. However, there was also a small number of people with a completely different mindset. They weren't worried about whether they could become a 4-star grandmaster or not. Instead, they simply wanted to seize this opportunity to accelerate this process. For example, Ling Han, Wu Zishu, and the other prodigies. Of course, the rewards were also an important reason. Because there were too many competitors, it was naturally impossible for everyone to refine pills at once. Thus, the first competition was recognizing medicines. This competition could eliminate almost 90% of the competitors. It wasn't that recognizing medicines was extremely difficult. Rather, this was because only the top 10% of people could enter the next round of the competition. How would they hold this first competition? This was extremely simple. The 100 Dragons City had a stone of herbology, which had been forged by a powerful alchemist. When an alchemist placed their divine sense inside this stone of herbology, they would be able to enter a virtual world. There, numerous medicines and herbs would appear before them. This examination was separated into numerous stages. The more stages one could pass, the better their result would be. The stone of herbology was extremely large, measuring 300 meters in height and having a radius of 70 meters or so. When a person completed their examination, their results would appear on the stone. If one's result could place in the top 10 of the historical results, their name would be engraved in this stone forever. There were only 10 such places. Generation after generation, just how many people had participated in this examination? The later one participated in this competition, the more difficult it would be for them to leave their name on this stone of herbology forever. After all, they needed to surpass all of their talented predecessors. Oi, have Wu Zishu and Xie Yuezhang started their examination? Someone asked. Someone beside them shook their head and said, not yet. Hurry, look over there. Someone's passed the 7th stage. Someone exclaimed as they pointed at the stone of herbology. Ling Han also looked up, only to see that 7 rings of light had lit up on the stone of herbology. However, these rings of light were quickly extinguished. This is the best result so far, right? It should be. I wonder which prodigy it is. They looked around, yet there were at least 100 people who had their hands on the stone of herbology at this moment, all of them as still as stone. That being the case, how could they determine who had passed the 7th stage? After a short while, they suddenly saw a person standing up and roaring with laughter. He appeared as smug as could be. "Brother Gon, how were your results?" someone next to him asked. "Haha, very good," he replied with a laugh. "Perhaps Brother Gon was the person who passed the 7th stage?" someone asked. "What?" Brother Gon exclaimed. The smile on his face instantly froze. He had only passed the 4th stage, yet this was already his best result. It was because of this that he had roared with smug laughter. But, passing 7 stages? What a joke. Even if he studied medicines for an extra tens of billions of years, he still wouldn't be able to pass 7 stages. This required more than just effort, it also required talent. Wahaha. The people in the surroundings instantly burst into laughter. As it turned out, this had all been a misunderstanding. An awkward expression spread across Brother Gon's face, and he truly wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment someone walked over. This was a member of the ancient alchemy tower. Although he was only a young apprentice, the reputation of the ancient alchemy tower meant that no one dared to disrespect him. They all moved aside to let him pass. He walked up to Brother Gon and said, "Your result is passing 4 stages. Your name is Gon Ping, correct?" "That's right," Brother Gon said in a deflated voice. "All right." The young apprentice took some notes before turning around to leave. At this moment, another person completed their examination. The young apprentice started to walk back and forth, recording everyone's result. The competitors couldn't fake their results, as the stone of herbology would record the unique characteristics of their divine sense. If required, it was extremely easy to confirm their results. If it was found that someone had cheated, they would suffer severe punishment from the ancient alchemy tower. Thus very few people dared to cheat. Sounds of commotion suddenly traveled over from the distance, and it wasn't long before a piece of news traveled over. While recording their results just then, someone had revealed that they had passed 7 stages. Lin Yongchang. That person's called Lin Yongchang. His result probably places him in first place right now. Even if we take into account the previous competitions, his result can still place in the top 10. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? He's most likely a dark horse. Everyone was engaged in a spirited discussion, astonished at the sudden emergence of this alchemy prodigy. It wasn't long before they all saw a young man striding over. Everyone gazed at him with respect and fear as if he were some powerful and mighty being. "He's Lin Yongchang," someone remarked. Lin Yongchang's expression was cold and aloof, and as he walked by, there wasn't a single hint of a smile on his face. He appeared as haughty as could be, and as he walked by with his chest puffed, he didn't spare anyone so much as a single glance. Is anyone familiar with his background? Everyone shook their head with blank expressions. However, this person is far too arrogant. I can't help but feel dislike. Extreme dislike. "Look over there, it's Xie Yuezhang," someone suddenly shouted. They pointed toward the entrance. Ling Han also looked over, only to see a man with a medium build. His appearance was elegant, and his hair was jet black. Even though he wasn't tall, his demeanor was one that commanded respect and reverence. He was none other than Xie Yuezhang, a 3-star alchemist who had mastered the 4th refinement. He was only an arm's reach away from becoming a 4-star alchemist. Xie Yuezhang didn't appear cocky at all, and he frequently nodded at those who waved and greeted him. At this moment he walked by Lin Yongchang. One of them was filled with arrogance, while one of them was showing his humble modesty. This was a stark juxtaposition. Lin Yongchang paused momentarily, and he gazed at Xie Yuezhang from the corner of his eye. He didn't speak, yet the disdain in his eyes was as clear as could be. However, Xie Yuezhang didn't pay any heed to this. It was as if he hadn't seen Lin Yongchang at all. He wore a smile as he walked up to the stone of herbology, finding a spot for himself before placing a hand on the stone. Can Xie Yuezhang pass 7 stages? Definitely. He has the greatest chance of becoming a 4-star alchemist, so how can he lose to Lin Yongchang? Nothing is certain. Lin Yongchang is a dark horse, so dark that he's even glowing. As they conversed, a ring of light lit up on the stone of herbology. After a brief moment, a second ring of light immediately lit up. This is Xie Yuezhang, right? As expected of an alchemy prodigy. He's passed 2 stages in a mere hour. 4 hours later, 3 rings of light lit up in unison. Chapter 2078, another dark horse. Xiao advanced without any difficulties, and in a mere day he had already passed 5 stages. Afterward, however, it took him half a day to pass the 6th stage. A long time passed, yet the 7th ring of light still didn't light up. It was clear that passing the 7th stage wasn't easy. At the same time, this also reflected Lin Yongchang's extraordinary talent in alchemy. After almost 3 days, the stone of herbology finally lit up. 1. 7 rings of light lit up in unison. Someone had passed the 7th stage. It's definitely Xiao Gu. Sure enough, Xiao Gu stood up not long after. When the apprentice from the ancient alchemy tower walked over to record his result, he also clearly stated that he had indeed passed the 7th stage. This was astonishing. His result rivaled that of Lin Yongchang, and they were now both in the first place. Anyhow, those who had completed the examination all needed to immediately leave. Thus, those who liked to spectate couldn't take this examination too soon. Instead, they would calmly wait inside. In any case, no one would hurry them to take the examination. Ling Han was just about to step forward, yet he suddenly heard commotion traveling over from behind him. Wu Zixu. Alchemist Riang. Another 2 powerful beings had arrived. However, one was old and one was young, and the difference between them was stark. Ling Han didn't pay them any heed. Instead, he strode toward the stone of herbology before sitting down cross-legged, and placing his right hand on the stone. At the same time, Wu Zixu and Alchemist Riang also began their examination. Ling Han's mind shuddered, and he had already arrived in a dark void. There was only nothingness in the surroundings. A herb suddenly materialized before his eyes. This was the first stage, identifying medicinal herbs. Azure feather grass, Ling Han casually said. Swoosh. The herb immediately dimmed and vanished, replaced with another herb. Scorching sun wood. Tiger tail poisonous vine. Fire cloud mist lotus. In a single breath, Ling Han read the names of over 30 medicinal herbs. Afterward, no other herb materialized before him. A brief moment of silence ensued. He knew that he had passed the first stage. Outside, a ring of light flashed on the stone of herbology. However, passing the first stage was far too easy, so this didn't surprise anyone, even though Wu Zixu and Alchemist Riang were present. The second stage began, and 3 medicinal herbs materialized before Ling Han. Moreover, these herbs were all extremely similar. Identify the purple scale flower, an ice-cold voice said. Ling Han pointed at one of the herbs. The 3 medicinal herbs immediately disappeared. Afterward, 4 medicinal herbs appeared before him, all of which were extremely similar. Identify the 3 pure lotus. Afterward, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. More and more herbs appeared before him in unison. Following this increase in number, trying to identify the correct herb also became increasingly difficult. However, this didn't pose any challenge to Ling Han. After 30 or so levels, no other herb appeared before him. This signified that Ling Han had passed another stage. 2 rings of light lit up on the stone of herbology. So quick. Is it Wu Zixu or Alchemist Riang? It's Wu Zixu, right? I reckon it's Alchemist Riang. At this moment, the interest of the spectators was slightly piqued. They all started to speculate who this person was. After a brief moment, another 2 rings of light lit up in unison. One is Wu Zixu, and the other is Alchemist Riang. As expected of them, their abilities are truly near identical. However, just as they all sighed with emotion, another 2 rings of light lit up on the stone of herbology. What's going on? Perhaps it's another dark horse. Impossible. They most likely started the examination a long time ago, but their speed was too slow, so they coincidentally passed the second stage just then. That's most likely the case. Everyone nodded in agreement. They felt like this was the best explanation. Inside the virtual world, 3 medicinal herbs materialized before Ling Han. At a glance, they looked completely identical. Which crimson cloud grass has reached an age of 40 million years? The ice-cold voice asked. Ling Han smiled calmly as he pointed at one of the herbs. Swoosh. The 3 herbs disappeared before being replaced by 4 identical herbs. Which 5 spirits lotus has reached an age of 300 million years? Ling Han was extremely relaxed as he answered these questions. His grasp of this fundamental knowledge was extremely solid and refined. After 30 or so questions, Ling Han successfully passed the third stage. 1. 3 rings of light lit up on the stone of herbology. It's come again. Is it Wu Zishu or Alchemist Riang? This truly tickles my heart. Whoosh. Immediately afterward, another 3 rings of light lit up in unison. After a few seconds, another 3 rings of light lit up. They all exchanged astonished glances. If it were only a coincidence just then, what about this time? Was it another coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? Perhaps, there's truly another dark horse. I feel like that's impossible. To those who are talented, the first 5 stages are relatively easy to pass. The true test only begins at the 6th stage. That makes sense. And thereupon, 4 rings of light lit up on the stone of herbology once, twice, and thrice in quick succession. Even though the spectators still found this strange, they weren't overly astonished. When the day was about to conclude, 5 rings of light lit up. Again it lit up 3 times in quick succession. I refuse to believe that this person can continue to keep up with Wu Zishu and Alchemist Riang. Same. Even though there was no proof, they were all confident that 2 of the 3 people were Wu Zishu and Alchemist Riang. They were simply unsure about who the third person was. The 6th stage. This stage was slightly more difficult. What materialized before Ling Han was a herb that had been cut into pieces. His task was to reassemble this herb within a limited amount of time. His hands danced and the fragments of the herbs started to flitter in the air, appearing as mesmerizing as could be. This was a virtual world, so the limitations of the physical world didn't exist here. As such, his speed was fully decided by the strength and sharpness of his divine sense. Ling Han's speed became quicker and quicker, and it wasn't long before the outline of a herb appeared before him, slowly becoming more and more complete. When half of the available time elapsed, Ling Han had already finished reassembling the herb. Afterward, the fragments of another herb appeared before him. Ling Han examined these fragments closely. He discovered that even though they looked like they were from the same herb, they were actually from 2 different herbs. It was just that they were from the same type of herb. There was a slight difference in their age. This was slightly more challenging. Ling Han's speed decreased, and he began by separating the fragments into 2 different piles, 1 for each herb. He then started to reassemble them like before. When 2 complete herbs appeared before him, Ling Han still had 1/3 of the available time to spare. Too easy. Another pile of herb fragments appeared before him. This time they belonged to 3 different herbs. Ling Han was certain that they were all azure mist grass. Come at me. Ling Han first separated them into 3 piles before starting to reassemble them. Afterward, the fragments of 4 herbs appeared before him. Following that, it was the fragments of 5, 6, and all the way up to 30 different herbs. The difficulty continued to increase, and this forced Ling Han to spend more and more time on each level. However, compared to the time available, he was able to finish with heaps of time to spare every time. After completing another level, Ling Han eagerly awaited the next level, yet no more herb fragments appeared before him. Only then did he come to a sudden realization. He had passed the 6th stage. Outside, 6 rings of light lit up in unison. It's the 6th stage. Who is it? Can that dark horse still keep up? The spectators waited and waited, yet the 6 lights simply refused to light up again. Chapter 2079, 8th Stage. Why has only 1 person passed the 6th stage? Exactly, Wu Zishu shouldn't be much weaker than Alchemist Riang. Why is he so much slower? Wu Zishu is much more talented than Alchemist Riang. Wu Zishu was definitely the one who passed the 6th stage first. Don't you know the saying? The older one is, the wiser one is. Well, don't you know this saying? The pupil outdoes their master. Many of the spectators became engaged in this spirited debate. Some of them believed that it was Wu Zishu who had passed the 6th stage just then, while others were adamant that it was Alchemist Riang. This clearly had nothing to do with them, yet they were all red-faced with emotion as they argued about it. However, none of them would dare to dream that it was neither Wu Zishu nor Alchemist Riang who had passed the 6th stage just then. Instead, it was someone who they had all heard of, yet wouldn't even think of considering. Who would believe that a freak in cultivation could also be so talented in alchemy? Hang on a second. Have you guys noticed? This person has passed the first 6 stages quicker than anyone else. Someone suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Their voice was filled with shock and disbelief. The others also faltered upon hearing this. Mulling over it carefully, their expressions involuntarily changed. Fuck. That's truly the case. The higher one's cultivation level, the more sensitive one was to the flow of time. Even though they hadn't noticed it just then, as long as they thought back slightly, they could easily replay those events. Just then, Lin Yongchang had been a dark horse who few people had paid attention to. Thus, it was impossible to determine how long he had spent on the first 6 stages. However, it was a different case for Xie Yuezhang. Everyone had been keeping an eye on him, so they were all aware that it had taken him 1 day and 6 hours to pass the first 6 stages. Meanwhile, this person had only spent 20 hours. This was an astonishingly large difference. It's definitely Wu Zixu. He's a supreme prodigy in alchemy, and it's because of this that his performance is so impressive. You're wrong. Alchemist Riang has spent heaven knows how many years on alchemy. In terms of fundamental knowledge, there's probably no one who can rival him. So, it's definitely him. Piss off. It's Wu Zixu. It's Alchemist Riang. The two sides immediately started to argue again. Inside the virtual world, Ling Han rested for a brief moment before starting the 7th stage. This time he was again faced with a pile of herb fragments. At a glance, they again appeared to be from the same type of herb. However, upon careful examination, one would realize that these fragments were from 3 different types of herbs. Ling Han separated them by type before starting to reassemble them. This was extremely similar to the 6th stage, and it wasn't long before 3 complete herbs appeared before him. Whoosh! The 3 herbs dimmed, and another pile of herb fragments immediately appeared before him. The fragments of 4 different types of herbs. Ling Han dealt with them one by one. After reaching the 10th level, not only did different types of herbs appear, but herbs of the same type also appeared. It was just that they had a different age. In fact, even this difference in age was very small. This greatly increased the difficulty. Thus, it took Ling Han longer and longer to reassemble them. However, even though he took longer, he was also allowed more time for each level. Thus, he was able to consistently finish with 1/3 or 1/4 of the allowed time remaining. He was able to pass each level with ease. After an entire day, Ling Han finally managed to pass the 7th stage. This triggered a huge commotion in the outside world. Someone passed the 7th stage. Heavens! It's only been a single day since he passed the 6th stage. Which of the previous prodigies didn't spend over a day and a half? He's more than half a day quicker. What an absolute freak. It's definitely Wu Zixu. This is a once-in-an-epoch prodigy. No, it's Alchemist Riang. He's finally unleashing his full power after accumulating experience for so long. He's aiming to soar into the sky. The focus remained on Wu Zixu and Alchemist Riang. Everyone felt like they were the most qualified. But have you guys considered? Several hours ago, 2 people passed the 6th stage in quick succession. This signifies that a dark horse has definitely appeared again. Moreover, they can rival both Wu Zixu and Alchemist Riang. Someone remarked. Is it possible that this record-breaking person is actually the dark horse? Upon hearing this, silence fell over the crowd of spectators. However, it wasn't long before loud laughter shattered the silence. Almost everyone clutched their stomach in hysterics. How was this possible? Even the person who had raised this thought smiled in awkwardness. He couldn't help but feel like his thoughts were far too ridiculous. What I want to know is it possible for Wu Zixu or Alchemist Riang to pass the 8th stage? The 8th stage. This is most likely impossible. Look at the leaderboard on the Stone of Herbology. After heaven knows how many epochs, only 7 of the top 10 have passed the 8th stage. That's right, passing the 8th stage is almost impossible. Otherwise, this person would definitely be the most talented alchemist of this epoch. No, being skilled in identifying medicinal herbs doesn't mean that one is also skilled in refining pills. It can only be said that those who are skilled in refining pills also aren't weak in identifying medicinal herbs. This statement received approval from everyone. Indeed, identifying medicinal herbs and refining alchemical pills were 2 completely different matters. It was just that alchemist grandmasters were often extremely skilled in identifying medicinal herbs as well. After all, this was a necessary skill. With an atmosphere of anticipation and curiosity surrounding the Stone of Herbology, Ling Han started to challenge the examination of the 8th stage. This time he had to deal with mutated medicinal herbs. Sudden changes in heaven and earth would naturally lead to changes in the original form of medicinal herbs. In fact, even their shape and color might change. In terms of medicinal effects, these mutated herbs would more so experience extremely large changes. The stone of herbology would explain a change in environment, and Ling Han would need to explain how the medicinal herbs would change and mutate. He also needed to explain how these mutated herbs could be used. Such knowledge couldn't be memorized. Instead, it needed alchemists to have an extremely solid grasp of the fundamentals. Through this, they would then need to analyze and deduce. This not only required an exorbitant amount of time, but any slip-up, no matter how small, could also lead to a huge deviation in conclusions. Thus, Ling Han's speed also slowed down considerably. However, his eyes were burning with passion. Because he had the reincarnation tree, what he performed the most was analysis and deductions. In other words, he was extremely skilled in this area. Time slowly crept by. Before long, 3 days had already elapsed. 1. 7 rings of light lit up on the stone of herbology. After a brief moment, the 7 rings of light lit up yet again. Heavens! 3 people have passed the 7th stage this time. This is far too shocking. Who is this dark horse? Even though they can't rival Wu Zixu or Alchemist Riang, their performance so far is already extremely impressive. The crowd of spectators was buzzing with excitement. Moreover, after reaching this stage, the answer that they sought was already about to reveal itself. It wouldn't be long before they discovered the truth. Right at this moment. 1. The stone of herbology lit up. 8 rings of light. Fuck. Everyone was transfixed with shock. Their knees almost buckled and they almost collapsed to the floor. Heavens! The 8th stage. Someone has passed the 8th stage. How many years had it been? It had almost been an entire epoch, right? Perhaps it had been even longer? It was so long ago that everyone almost thought that there were only 7 stages in this stone of herbology. However, a prodigy had suddenly charged over and told them that there was actually still an 8th stage. This was definitely a historical feat. Being able to pass the 8th stage. Even if he's completely useless at refining alchemical pills, the ancient alchemy tower will definitely still break their rules to recruit him. Chapter 2080, Who exactly is it? Amazing the world with a single brilliant feat. Though the ability to recognize herbs did not mean that one's skill in alchemy was definitely high, looking at the stone of herbology, there had only been a mere 7 people who had passed the 8th stage since ancient times. Was that not enough? If this kind of celebrity that had gained eternal glory was not recruited into the ancient alchemy tower, wouldn't they be laughed at by all the alchemists in this world? Wu Zixu is really too strong. No, it is Alchemist Riang, it must be Alchemist Riang. After a momentary silence, the whole area burst into a chaotic state. Everyone was in a frenzy, excitedly calling out the name of either Wu Zixu or Alchemist Riang. And right at this moment, Alchemist Riang withdrew his hand and stood up. It was Alchemist Riang. A portion of people suddenly felt their scalps grow numb in excitement. Though this had absolutely nothing to do with them, seeing the person they supported win still made them profoundly excited as they jumped up and down in exhilaration. Those that supported Wu Zixu, meanwhile, were hanging their heads in dejection, as if they had fought a battle that they had lost. Alchemist Riang's expression was filled with pride, a slight smile hovering at the corners of his lips. TH's result this time was more outstanding than what he had anticipated. His time of passing through the 7th stage had been faster by close to an hour as compared to previous records. An apprentice from the ancient alchemy tower raced over. He clearly was also a self-interested snob. Previously, he was acting cold and indifferent when he had been registering the results for others, but now he was all smiles, appearing very ingratiating. This was natural. There was a very high possibility that Alchemist Riang would join the ancient alchemy tower, and once he did, he naturally would also be an alchemist, a status that placed him who knew how many times higher than an apprentice like him. Thus, he naturally had to make his attitude very, very humble. Moreover, even if Alchemist Riang did not manage to enter into the ancient alchemy tower this time, wouldn't there still be a next time? As long as the former advanced to become a 4-star alchemist, he would definitely be able to enter the ancient alchemy tower. Congratulations, Grandmaster Riang, this apprentice said. Let me give you a review of your results. And? Grandmaster Riang's expression was reserved, and he nodded. You have passed 7 stages, the total time taken being 2 days and 22 hours, this apprentice announced. What? Past 7 stages? The crowd instantly broke out into a commotion. Then the person who had passed the 8th stage was not Alchemist Riang. Hearing such noise from the masses, Alchemist Riang showed a hint of displeasure in his expression. What kind of behavior was this? Acting so boisterous and noisy, what a scandal was this? Though he was very awesome, there was no need for you guys to make a big fuss about it, right? It must be Wu Zixu. Heaves, Wu Zixu has passed the 8th stage. The strongest in an entire epoch. You can't put it that way either. Though a great many 5-star grandmasters have not managed to leave their names on the stone of herbology when they were young, they must have that kind of strength by now. They only disdain doing so now. Still, it can't be denied that Wu Zixu is heaven-defying. Alchemist Riang's expression immediately changed. What? Wu Zixu had passed the 8th stage. Impossible. He naturally had also attempted the 8th stage, but he had failed not long after he had started, and then he was expelled from the spiritual world. It was fake, it had to be. How could a mere junior possibly surpass him, and even reach a height that countless predecessors could only look up to? 8 stages that meant leaving his mark in history. The old man felt exceptionally hurt, and there was no love left in this entire world for him. After another while, Wu Zixu's eyes snapped open. Withdrawing his hand, he then stood up. Wu Zixu. Wu Zixu. Wu Zixu. His supporters were all cheering for him, extremely overcome with excitement. Previously they had all wilted in dejection. Who would have thought that there would be such an unexpected turn of events? As it turned out, it was Wu Zixu that was truly awesome here. Their insight was really too good to have supported him earlier, so they naturally had to cheer loudly for once. This actually was also support for themselves. Wu Zixu was slightly confused. He knew that he had a lot of prestige, and was acclaimed as the top alchemist in the younger generation, or at least one of them. After all, there were still quite a large number of prodigies in this world, and the Western Celestial Realm was too big, so it was impossible that all the prodigies would gather here. But do you guys have to be so crazy? I have only passed the 7th stage. Though this is indeed still very impressive. Congratulations, young Master Wu, on having broken records, and becoming the strongest prodigy in an entire epoch. Young Master Wu, I want to follow you. I too wish to follow you. Someone expressed their congratulations to Wu Zixu, while some expressed their loyalty. If they were able to follow such a master, they would also feel pride from their association. What was going on here? Wu Zixu only felt baffled. When he had entered a spiritual state, his physical body was only an empty shell that could not hear or see. Thus, he had completely no idea about what had previously happened. The strongest prodigy in an epoch. Though he secretly thought that as well, how could this kind of thing be spoken out in public without shame? After all, he had not obtained an accomplishment that would garner the respect of others yet. How could he be qualified for the name of strongest prodigy? Pa. That apprentice from Ancient Alchemy Tower raced over again, an ingratiating expression on his face as well, and it was even more pronounced than before. It could not be helped. Wu Zixu was too young to similarly be a 3-star alchemist, and having the standard of 4th refinement, it was naturally the one who had reached this level first that had more potential. In fact, he might even become a 5-star alchemist in the future. How could this kind of prodigy be offended? He definitely had to garner his favor as much as possible. Congratulations, young Master Wu. This apprentice was smiling from ear to ear. Let me verify your results. And Wu Zixu acted like how Grandmaster Riang had acted, his face bearing a reserved smile. Pa. Grandmaster Riang walked over and said, "Really, the new waves push the old waves. In front of you, I have no choice but to admit that I am old now." With this interruption from him, that apprentice was immediately silenced, and did not dare interrupt. Wu Zixu was even more confused now. Though he had indeed not taken Alchemist Riang to heart, and thought that the latter had long since become a thing of the past, and could only become a stepping stone for him to surpass, he did not think that he had done exceptionally well either, right? Strange, are you purposely here to mock me? Still, this expression on Alchemist Riang's face did not seem to be one of mockery. He looked crestfallen and dispirited, as if he had been struck a blow to his pride. Could it be that the old geezer had only passed 6 stages? Such trash, too weak. An expression of disdain appeared on Wu Zixu's face, and he felt an arrogance that stemmed from feeling embarrassed by their association. Seeing as Wu Zixu was temporarily not speaking, that apprentice finally found a chance and announced, Young Master Wu, your result is 7 stages, spending a time of 2 days and 22 hours. Pooh. Abruptly, everyone spluttered. Even Alchemist Riang was dumbfounded. Fuck, what was going on here? It was not Wu Zishu, nor was it Alchemist Riang. Then who was it? A dark horse, definitely an extremely pure-blooded great dark horse. Who exactly is it? I'm dying from curiosity. Reveal the truth quickly. That's right. 8 stages have already been passed, so why is he still not standing up? Hearing the complaints and exclamations of shock from the masses, Wu Zishu felt a bout of dizziness come over him and almost passed out. What? There was actually someone who managed to pass the 8th stage. No wonder Alchemist Riang congratulated him. As it turned out, the former had thought that it was Wu Zishu who had passed the 8th stage. In all honesty, if he had been able to pass the 8th stage, he would definitely have been so arrogant now that his tail would be sticking up into the skies. Was there really a person that could pass the 8th stage? It was not that he had not attempted it, but he had failed very quickly, which also made him feel that the 8th stage was practically not something that could be passed by a human. At least he couldn't do so at the moment. Perhaps after he had attained 4 stars he could possibly accomplish it. Who exactly was it? At this moment, Ling Han's body trembled lightly, and he opened his eyes slowly. Chapter 2081. It's him, Ling Han. Ling Han did not stand up at the first moment, because after he had passed the 8th stage, a very great change suddenly happened in the spiritual world. Multiple pill recipes appeared in front of him, and he had never seen any of them before, which filled him with excitement. He could not help but take them down one by one, inscribing them deeply into his memory. Hence he spent a little bit of time. In the spiritual world, that ice-cold voice stated, "Leave your name, which can be emblazoned, and will never be erased for eternity." Which rank would it be? Ling Han asked. 3rd, this voice answered. Only 3rd. Ling Han shook his head. Then forget it. He had no wish to have the names of 2 others pressing down on his right until the end of time. However, what he did not know was that the 2 people before him had not recognized herbs when they had been 3-star alchemists, but had re-examined their own ability of recognizing herbs when they were close to breaking through to become 5-star alchemists, and that was why they were slightly superior to him. If Ling Han had come to undergo the test to recognize herbs again when he became a 4-star grandmaster, the time that he would need to pass the 8th stage would definitely be considerably reduced, and it would possibly be very easy for him to attempt even for 1st place. It could not be helped. In alchemy he was a true alchemy emperor that was unrivaled. Just when he said, "Forget it," Ling Han was kicked out of the spiritual world. Thus he opened his eyes and stood up. No one gave him a second look because no one thought that it was him that had passed the 8th stage. How could it be? If this prodigy had ended his test, the stone of herbology would show his namer a code name or a title. Leaving no name. Why? No one could imagine the possibility of someone doing that. This was leaving their name behind for eternity, a legendary feat that would be passed down through the ages. Even Alchemist Riang and Wu Zishu were looking in all directions. They anxiously wished to know who exactly was this person that had surpassed them, and was in fact the strongest person that could be named in an epoch. At this time that apprentice came again. He raced over to Ling Han, his expression bearing incredible shock. As an apprentice of ancient alchemy tower, he had a grasp of more information than others. For example, he had seen Ling Han's results through a special connecting stone. 8 stages. Heavens, if this news was sent back to the ancient alchemy tower, those elders might personally make their way here, contending with each other to take Ling Han as their disciple. If anyone had been more attentive, they would have been able to see the astonished, reverent, and ingratiating expressions that crossed and merged together on his face at this moment, and then they could possibly deduce something was up. Unfortunately, everyone was curious about who this super dark horse was at present, so what mood would they be in to pay attention to a mere alchemy apprentice? "Young Master Ling," that apprentice called out respectfully. Ling Han's registration information was contained on the connecting stone, and now he was making a second verification that the 2 Ling Hans were the same person, and could not allow for a fake to pass off as the genuine Ling Han. "Let me verify your results," he said in a tone of inquiry. "Huh?" Those at the side heard him, and they all thought this was extremely strange. Hadn't this apprentice been arrogant all this while? Aside from the few people who had passed the 7th stage, they had never seen him act so polite. And now what was going on here? It was like he wanted nothing more than to kneel down like a suck-up. He should be the disciple of some grandmaster of alchemy, right? Who knows, he may be a member of ancient alchemy tower that has deliberately come to show off. Fuck, this is the kind that I hate the most. Everyone expressed their disdain for Ling Han. A spoiled young master that was showing off was just asking for a beating. All right, Ling Han nodded very carelessly. Your result is passing 8 stages and the time taken is... Hua! A bout of shocked exclamations completely submerged the remaining words of that apprentice. 8 stages. The freak that had passed 8 stages was actually him. Gods. Those that had previously sneered at Ling Han wanted nothing more than for a hole to appear in the ground so that they could jump in. Even if Ling Han really was a show-off spoiled young master, this feat of showing off was still earth-shaking, and others could only salute it in respect. This person seems to be slightly familiar. Young Master Ling. Young Master Ling. Ling Han. That's right, he is Ling Han. What Ling Han? You guys can't be saying that this Ling Han is that Ling Han who has killed Tian Qingyue and the other 4 great super monarch tiers, right? You've got to be kidding. They must just have the same name. That's right. It must be someone having the same name. It is said that Ling Han only has the cultivation level of Yang Soul, yet can kill super monarch tiers of Heaven Soul. His natural talent and cultivation level is practically turning history on its head. How could this kind of person possibly also be a freak of alchemy? That's right. And it's said that Ling Han has a really big asterisk, so that is obviously not right. Ling Han almost spluttered and choked. Why were they still talking about the subject of having a big asterisk? Fuck, who was the one who came up with this? Step out and see if he wouldn't kill him. However, he also seems to be a Yang Soul as well. And they look very similar. And both are called Ling Han. Gasp. After a large circle, everyone inhaled sharply, gradually believing in that possibility that the 2 Ling Hans were one and the same. Then they began to exclaim in shock and grab their heads, feeling as if their world perspective had collapsed in an instant. How could there exist such a freak in this world? Done with the verification? Ling Han asked the apprentice. Yes. That apprentice hurriedly nodded, wanting nothing more than to kneel down in reverence of Ling Han. Ling Han smiled. Then I'm leaving. Let me see you off, young Master Ling. That apprentice did not care if there were others who had just ended their test as well. In front of Ling Han, all other people were no longer important. Ling Han turned around and strode off. Wait. However, he had only taken a few steps when someone stood in his way. It was Wu Zixu. Ling Han, right? Wu Zixu's expression was filled with defiance. I am Wu Zixu. I admit that your ability in recognizing herbs is stronger than mine. Wasn't that just meaningless words? Just check how many people had passed the 8th stage in history. At least, below the level of 3-star alchemist, there had only been a mere 7 people that have managed to pass the 8th stage, and now adding Ling Han, it was 8 in total. What need was there for you to admit this fact? However, the ultimate deciding factor for an alchemist is still the ability in pill concoction. In the following 2 tests, I will definitely not lose to you. Wu Zixu declared resolutely. Ling Han merely responded with a slight smile. In alchemy, his only rival had always been himself. He only had to surpass himself, and there had never been anyone that was worthy of becoming his rival. Unlike in cultivation where there was still this kind of true freak like Jianghu. Just wait, I will definitely defeat you. Wu Zixu said these last words and then left first. To leave before Ling Han also seemed to be a kind of demonstration of force, declaring, I am determined to be ahead of you. However, he had ended his test of recognizing herbs, so he should have left anyway. Still, because his status was higher, no one went to usher him away for the moment, but if he continued staying longer, he would still have to leave whoever he was. Ling Han smiled involuntarily. This really was a youth, and that was why he was so rash. Alchemist Riang also walked over. However, he only looked at Ling Han and did not speak. Old man, you have also a bunch of energy accumulated, and plan to defeat me during pill concoction? Ling Han asked with a grin. Though it is a little inappropriate to issue a challenge to a youngster like yourself, now that this implicates my reputation and pride, I will definitely try my utter best and defeat you, Alchemist Riang said. He really was a veteran alchemist and had long since touched the threshold of 4-star alchemist, but always seemed to lack that little bit, and could not actually step into this higher level. Perhaps a rival like Ling Han would be a trigger that would really help him to surpass himself. Chapter 2082, Threat. Alchemist Riang also strode out. He had already left these powerful words, so whatever he said next would be meaningless. The result would be apparent 7 days later. The first test was recognizing herbs, and the second would be actual pill concoction, while the third would be spirit refinement. With the results of all 3 tests added together, the person with the highest total mark would be the first place winner of this alchemy contest. Ling Han returned to the inn, but only after a while visitors flooded to him. Some had come to scout him out, trying to see what background Ling Han had. If he had a powerful background, they would develop good relations with him. If he did not, then they would think of some way to recruit him. Others, meanwhile, were just purely curious and wanted to know what exactly this kind of freak looked like. However, because Ling Han had once taken part in killing Tian Qingyue and the other super monarch tiers, a great many forces hesitated and wavered, fearing that they would offend these powerful celestial king tier forces. Ling Han couldn't bother himself to deal with them, and delegated the task fully to Fuyu. This guy was a natural at doing this kind of job. He put on enough airs that others would curry favor with him madly, which he really enjoyed to his heart's content. The test for recognizing herbs was still continuing. 2 days later, the results of another alchemy prodigy were out. Fan Luoling, 7 stages. However, there did not appear any other dark horse. Furthermore, next to Ling Han's brilliance, a dark horse like Lin Yongchang had already paled, and practically no one made any further mention of him. Another day later, another person came to pay him a visit. Of course, there were naturally people wanting to see Ling Han every day, but today's guests were people that Fuyu did not dare turn away. Ling Han. He pushed open the doors and entered, and 3 young people were following behind him. The men were dashingly handsome, and the woman was beautiful, exuding an exuberant spirit of youth. Ling Han recognized one of them, Lin Yongchang. "This is Yuan Tongguang, young Master Yuan," Fuyu introduced, an expression of deep respect on his face. Young Master Yuan's ancestor is an elder of ancient alchemy Toera 5-star Grandmaster. A 5-star Grandmaster, that was the pinnacle of alchemy. Though Fuyu also had a 4-star alchemist as his grandfather in front of Yuan Tongguang, he could not stand up straight and face him head-on at all. Comparing a 4-star Grandmaster to a 5-star Grandmaster was the difference between Ascending Origin tier and Celestial King tier. The gulf was really much too wide. "This is Lin Yongchang, young Master Lin, and this is Fan Luoling, Celestial Maiden Fan," Fuyu continued as he pointed at the other man and woman respectively. Though Ling Han was a little displeased, he did not reprimand Fuyu. In front of Yuan Tongguang, it was indeed very hard for Fuyu to refuse. Whether it was the ancient alchemy tower or a 5-star Grandmaster, both had suppressed Fuyu completely, and he was not allowed the slightest opportunity to refuse. "I am Ling Han." Ling Han decided to give Fuyu some face. Immediately, Fuyu released the breath he had been holding, feeling like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He had brought people here without permission, and feared that Ling Han would be angered and directly cast them out. In that case he would really be troubled on both sides. "You may leave." A reserved expression of arrogance was seen on Yuan Tongguang's face. These words were directed at Fuyu. Did he think that he was the master here? Fuyu showed a hint of anger in his expression, which he wanted to unleash. However, he forcibly suppressed the urge, turned and exited the room, closing the doors behind him. Yuan Tongguang scoffed. Fuyu's reaction was absolutely normal in his eyes. Who would dare disobey an heir of ancient alchemy tower like him? Ling Han did not speak. If Fuyu wished to resist, Ling Han would also be willing to support him fully. But since Fuyu wanted to suffer in silence, he could not be bothered to stand up for him either. Ling Han. Yuan Tongguang looked at Ling Han, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. He was looking down on Ling Han like he was someone in a higher position. "I have come to inform you of some good news. Based on the extraordinary performance you have shown in recognizing herbs, I can personally bring you to Ancient Alchemy Tower, and write a referral for you to be taken in under the banner of my ancestor." Ling Han only smiled, his eyes fixed on Yuan Tongguang, though he internally objected to this offer. What a joke. Merely with his ability at recognizing herbs, he was completely qualified to enter into the Ancient Alchemy Tower. What need was there for a referral from this person? And he was looking like, "I have selected you for entry," putting on such lofty airs. Where did he get such a superiority complex from? Yuan Tongguang did not care what thoughts Ling Han had. In his eyes, as long as he was willing to extend an olive branch, who would be able to refuse the temptation of entering into the ancient alchemy tower? You do not have to participate in the following tests, Yuan Tongguang continued. Ling Han gave an O internally. As it turned out, this was his real motive. He did not want him to participate in the contest. Ling Han shook his head and said, "Whether I choose to participate or not does not seem like an issue that requires your concern." Yuan Tongguang's expression suddenly became dark, and he glared at Ling Han. "You dare to refuse my kindness? I cannot tell what is so kind about it." Ling Han stared right back at him. Yuan Tongguang was about to release his fury, but then he suppressed it. "Ling Han, don't think that you can consider everything else below your notice just because you have some talent in recognizing herbs. You have to know, with only one word from me, you would have to behave subserviently even if you managed to enter the ancient alchemy tower." How could Ling Han accept this kind of threat? Furthermore, the more people wanted to threaten him, the more he would oppose them. That was the type of a person he was. Immediately, his eyes became cold and he asked, "Oh, how do you plan to deal with me then?" "Ling Han, why are you unwilling to accept words of advice meant in goodwill?" Fan Luoling spoke up, her tone quite gentle, but the words she spoke were not pleasant. "Young Master Yuan is the grandson of an elder of ancient alchemy tower. It would not be too much to call him a young master either. To be enemies with your master, what else could it be but asking for your own humiliation?" Ling Han gave it some thought and then came to a realization. This guy is doing it for you then? He had heard Fu Yu say that Fan Luoling had gotten a connection to Yuan Tongguang, and was already secretly decided as one of the three strongest, but from the way things looked now, her ambition was not just that. Instead, she was aiming for first place. Thus, if they convinced a strong competitor like Ling Han to withdraw, and take the initiative to give up the competition, Fan Luoling's chances of winning would naturally increase greatly. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Immediately, cold ice covered Fan Luoling's expression. "There is only one chance. Otherwise, I will make it so that you won't even be able to enter ancient alchemy tower," Yuan Tongguang declared menacingly. Ling Han laughed loudly. "If the ancient alchemy tower could be completely controlled by trash like you, why should I go to that kind of rubbish place? Looking to suffer? Come, throw at me whatever trick you have up your sleeve and I'll take them all on." "You really are the type that has to be forced." Yuan Tongguang slapped a hand on the table. Though this table had been built from excellent material, he was a Yin Soul elite, so how could it possibly bear up to his strength? Instantly, it broke apart. "I already said that there is no need for so much trouble. I just have to defeat him," Lin Yongchang suddenly spoke up. Yuan Tongguang glanced at him and said, "But I want Luoling to obtain the first place. If both you and I speak, how could it be that others would dare oppose us?" Lin Yongchang asked very disdainfully. Ling Han was surprised. Hearing the tone of Lin Yongchang, it seemed like his status was not inferior to Yuan Tongguang's at all. That's right. This guy must also originate from the ancient alchemy tower, and then is the rumored show-off deliberately concealing his identity, but whether it's his abilities or his status, both are astonishingly high. All right then. Yuan Tongguang nodded. Lin Yongchang was the descendant of another elder of ancient alchemy tower, and was his only son at that. In terms of status, the latter far surpassed him, and he was an alchemy prodigy at that. He had to give him some face. "Ling Han, in another 4 days, you will be utterly defeated by me in full public," Lin Yongchang declared proudly, and had a kind of defiance to his tone. In the area of recognizing herbs, he had actually lost to Ling Han, and this made him feel very humiliated. "Let's go." These three people then moved to leave. "Wait." Ling Han spoke up. Chapter 2083, Compensation. A hint of disdain immediately appeared at the corners of Yuan Tongguang's lips. Just see, he was afraid now and was going to beg for mercy now. However, he did not turn immediately and wanted to keep Ling Han hanging. Who asked this guy to actually refuse his suggestion previously? Pay compensation. Ling Han's voice rang out from behind him. Fuck. Instantly, Yuan Tongguang turned around sharply and faced Ling Han, flames practically leaping out of his eyes in his fury. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Ling Han did not speak and merely pointed at that table at the side, which had now become a pile of broken pieces, and the culprit was Yuan Tongguang. Yuan Tongguang's expression was very colorful. He had never thought that Ling Han would actually demand compensation from him for a table. He had come from the ancient alchemy tower, and had an ancestor who was a 5-star alchemist. His power could be considered to be appalling. To say nothing of having just destroyed a table, even if he had turned 100 Dragon City upside down, so what? Who would dare cause trouble for him? He felt a great humiliation. Could it be that his pride and status could not compare to even a table? You. His face was flushed, so furious that he wanted to commit murder. No money? Ling Han smiled. If you don't have the money, I can only capture you, and force you to work hard every day as compensation. Young Master Yuan, don't be concerned about him, Fan Luoling immediately said. There is no way that he can compare to you. If you bother about him, it will only degrade your own status. That's right. Yuan Tongguang nodded. That was right, how could he lower himself to come to blows with a country bumpkin? Let's go. The three moved again, but this time Ling Han did not just simply speak. He moved directly and grabbed out at Yuan Tongguang's neck. How dare you? Yuan Tongguang and the others shouted furiously, and moved to strike out at Ling Han. All three of them were Yin souls, and Fan Luoling and Lin Yongchang were emperor tiers at that. Though Yuan Tongguang was a spoiled young master, he was also a king tier. Thus, the power of the combined efforts of all three was naturally extraordinary. Any one of them would be able to easily suppress a mere young soul. Unfortunately, the person they met was Ling Han. Not only was he a monarch tier, he was a super monarch tier at that. Ling Han only sent out his origin power, and regulations showed their might. Ping, both Fan Luoling and Lin Yongchang were sent flying, while Yuan Tongguang was held up by Ling Han by his neck. In front of him, without battle prowess on the level of the peak stage of Heaven Soul, they were completely negligible. Looks like you have a problem with your hearing. I have already told you, pay compensation. Ling Han patted Yuan Tongguang's face. For someone who has come out from the ancient alchemy tower, it can't be that you cannot even afford compensation for a single table, right? Ling Han, you have gone too far. Yuan Tongguang's eyes spat fire. When had he ever been held up by someone by his neck and had someone slap his face? You have learned absolutely nothing. Ling Han shook his head. Pa, he delivered a series of slaps onto Yuan Tongguang's face. Every slap caused Yuan Tongguang to cry out in pain. Fan Luoling's pretty face paled. She had never imagined that Ling Han would be so bold and have such powerful strength. Under the combined efforts of the three of them, not only was he not defeated and fled, he had easily captured Yuan Tongguang instead. This guy was rash in his actions and was practically a brash idiot, but what if this brash idiot really killed Yuan Tongguang? Though it was Ling Han who would have killed him, if it really came down to it, she would have to bear the blame as well. She would definitely get reprisal for it. Thus she was afraid now. Don't be rash, don't do anything foolish, she screamed out shrilly. Meanwhile, Lin Yongchang's expression was cold and he demanded, let him go. Though Ling Han's strength had reached a level that he could easily crush him, he did not cower in the slightest. That was because power was never the forte for alchemists. His strength lay in alchemy, so what did it matter if he had stronger or weaker power? And who are you? Ling Han did not glance at Lin Yongchang, and only patted Yuan Tongguang's face. Is there a problem with your hearing or your brain? Do you not understand the words I am saying to you? You dare behave insolently towards me. Let me tell you, you are dead. Yuan Tongguang still threatened stubbornly. Ling Han slapped him across the face again. Ah! Yuan Tongguang cried out in pain. Though he was a king tier, his life had been too smooth all this while. He had never sustained any physical suffering, and he immediately could not hold up under these few slaps from Ling Han. I'll pay. Meanwhile, Lin Yongchang's eyes were spitting fire. Ling Han actually dared to ignore him. He glared harshly at Ling Han and threatened, if you still won't let him go, you will have to bear the consequences. Ling Han slapped Yuan Tongguang again. Yuan Tongguang was taken aback. Hadn't he said that he was willing to pay? Why had he hit him again? Can't you be reasonable here? He felt very wronged and asked, why did you hit me? Oh, he threatened me, which made me unhappy, Ling Han replied smilingly. Fuck. Yuan Tongguang almost jumped up in fury, but because his neck was still held up by Ling Han, he could only suppress the fury with a flushed face. What do you want? Lin Yongchang asked darkly. Ling Han delivered another slap onto Yuan Tongguang's face. Yuan Tongguang looked at Ling Han gloomily. Could it be that this slap was again because of Lin Yongchang? You've guessed correctly, Ling Han said and gave Yuan Tongguang an expression of approval. Yet Yuan Tongguang could not feel the slightest bit of happiness. Seeing that Lin Yongchang was again about to speak, he first hurriedly blurted out, "Brother Lin, don't speak again." He would definitely sustain another slap if he actually said something again. But he had not even finished this thought when another slap landed on his face. And what was the reason for this now? He looked at Ling Han plaintively. Ling Han laughed and said, "I got used to slapping and did not manage to stop in time. It's fine. The next time he threatens me, I'll just slap you one time less." The only thought in Yuan Tongguang's mind now was escape. At least for the moment he did not dare to have any thought of revenge. He hurriedly said, "I am willing to pay, I will pay compensation." "That's more like it." Ling Han nodded. "To be fair, just give me 100 million star stones. Why don't you just go rob someone?" Yuan Tongguang wanted to jump again and stomp, but he could not move at all. He could only pant loudly. "It's too much. I can't afford it." Did Ling Han really take him for a fool? Haven't you come from the ancient alchemy tower? Ling Han shook his head. Even an idiot like Fu Yu had talked all by himself, offering him a ransom amount of 100 million star stones. Why was this guy so poor? Yuan Tongguang thought that he had taken a long-distance trip, so how could he possibly bring so many star stones with him? However, the amount of 100 million star stones was really too huge. Even in ancient alchemy tower, it was still incredibly hard for him to collect 100 million star stones. He was not the only person in the Yuan clan. Moreover, he was not the most outstanding descendant of the Yuan clan either, so there was a limit to the wealth that he could allocate. "Poor guy, just how much can you give?" Ling Han asked, his expression vicious, making him look extremely fierce. This guy was the one who had delivered himself to his doorstep. How could he not blackmail him for a huge sum? There was completely no need to be reserved. 10 million, Yuan Tongguang said shakily. "And?" Ling Han tossed a glare at him. 20 million. Yuan Tongguang hurriedly added on to the offer. After a bout of bargaining, the deal was finally settled with 37 million star stone, and a portion of that had been borrowed from Fan Luoling and Lin Yongchang. "Fine then, you can go now." Ling Han took the spatial ring and withdrew his hand. Yuan Tongguang hurriedly broke into a run, trying to get as far away from Ling Han as possible. He had no wish to have Ling Han hold him up by the neck again. Meanwhile, Lin Yongchang's eyes were fixed on Ling Han, his eyes dark. Just now, he had not spoken at all for Yuan Tongguang's sake, but now he had no further interest to speak. This kind of guy who did not know what was good for him, would die a very horrible death. Chapter 2084. Alchemy competition begins. If what Ling Han had done today was known to others, they would definitely be terrified to death. He dared to even threaten the people of the ancient alchemy tower. Had he grown tired of living? But that was exactly what Ling Han had done. In any case, he had already offended the celestial king tier forces behind Tian Qingyue and the others, so what would it matter if another ancient alchemy tower was added to the bunch? Because of Ling Han's results in recognizing herbs, his stakes fell low all the way, and had in fact surpassed those of Xie Yuezhang and the others. His stakes were only 1 to 1.6, and he could be considered the most popular choice for champion at present. 3 days later, the alchemy competition began. After the first round of elimination, there were roughly over 1,300 participants left. This number was still quite large. There were not that many alchemy chambers in the alchemy plaza of 100 Dragon City to accommodate so many people concocting pills at the same time. Thus, every 100 people were assigned to one group, and the competition was conducted in batches. All the competitions could be completed in about a dozen days. Ling Han, Alchemist Riang, and the others were arranged into the last group to compete. This was arranged according to their results in recognizing herbs. The better the result, the later they would be competing. And everyone also believed that the final champion would definitely emerge from this last group. Time passed quietly, and 12 days later, it was finally Ling Han's turn to compete. Ling Han set out with 3 women, and Fu Yu also came with him. They had just stepped outside when they saw Xiao Gu approach. Where have you been all this time, Xiao Gu?" Ling Han asked. Though Xiao Gu's name included the word Xiao, he was actually an old bone that had existed for an unknown number of years. Thus, It was naturally impossible for him to enter into the 100 Dragons mystery realm. Who knew where he had been hanging around these few days? Where have you been all this time, Xiao Gu? Xiao Gu parroted. Even his expression and tone were exactly the same. Forget it, he had better not ask. Ling Han smiled and continued onwards. Xiao Gu also followed behind them. Not too long after, they arrived at the Alchemy Plaza. The area was very huge and had been especially prepared for the alchemists so that they could participate in periodic alchemist competitions. Every alchemy chamber had its own time acceleration effects of 100-fold. Thus, they would be able to successfully concoct alchemical pills usually when only 1 to 2 days had passed in the outside world. The time of concoction for a 4-star alchemical pill was about 6 months, but in the case of 5-star alchemical pills, the time of concoction would suddenly leap to thousands of years. Furthermore, this was still first heaven celestial. For 9th heaven, it might even need as extensive a time as one counted in epochs. For the moment at least, no one had concocted a 4-star alchemical pill, so the competition among the last few groups had all been settled within a day. Everyone entered their alchemy chambers one after another, and there would be an alchemist and 3 alchemist apprentices in charge of invigilation outside each alchemy chamber to prevent any cheating. Of course, the spectators could also take the role of invigilators. Ling Han also entered, sat down, and then waited for the competition to begin. Everyone had to prepare their own alchemical ingredients. Of course, the alchemical pill that was concocted would also belong to them. What alchemical pill should he concoct? If he wanted a safer route, he definitely should concoct a 3-star alchemical pill. But it was said that alchemist Hairong, Wuxia, and the others were all only a mere step away from being a 4-star alchemist, and they might break through in the alchemy competition this time. Going by that logic, the lead and advantage that Ling Han had gained in recognizing herbs would be erased. Even if their results were the same, a 4-star alchemist would definitely be able to achieve 5th refinement. Then, in the 3rd test of spirit refinement, they would definitely obtain a true advantage. Ling Han shook his head. He could not accept failure. Then, it had to be a 4-star alchemical pill. Fighting spirit burnt fiercely in Ling Han's heart. He had not successfully concocted a 4-star alchemical pill before. He always missed that one last step and kept feeling like there was something lacking. Would the pressure this time become his motivation? Ling Han wanted to give it a try. If he failed, then he would have failed. In the first place, he had not much interest in entering the ancient alchemy tower. The reason why he was showing off so much here was merely to draw Lu Hairong over so that she could bring them to the Rock Palace. Yuan Tongguang actually used the matter of entry into the ancient alchemy tower to threaten Ling Han. He was really overwhelmingly wrong. Fine, Ling Han decided he would just concoct a 4-star alchemical pill. A hint of mania was present in Wu Zixu's eyes. At first, he had planned to concoct a 3-star alchemical pill, the Ice Phoenix pill that was the hardest to concoct among 3-star alchemical pills, but now he had changed his mind. That should not be able to defeat Ling Han. A 4-star alchemical pill. He felt like a layer of something in his heart was about to be penetrated. This was a sign that he was about to break through to become a 4-star alchemist. Previously, he had experienced the same thing before, but none of those times had been as strong as this, making him feel a strong premonition that he would definitely succeed today. Just wait, he was the true top prodigy of alchemy. Alchemist Hairong touched his cauldron tenderly. It had accompanied him for over 10 billion years, and could completely be considered as another part of his body, and its value had surpassed his lover, children, and all others. Usually, no one would even be allowed to touch it. But as he touched it, the force of his palm suddenly increased. Multiple cracks immediately appeared in the walls of the cauldron, and instantly covered its entirety. This cauldron had actually been shattered from the brute force. A cauldron was usually meant to resist heat during pill concoction, so their resistance to brute force was very weak. Who would strike their cauldron harshly when they were concocting alchemical pills? An expression of heartache appeared on Alchemist Hairong's face, but there was more resolution in his eyes. Without destruction there could be no construction. He had not broken through all this while because he had stayed too long in his memories of past glories, and he was reluctant to leave these memories behind. But now there was a reason that he had to obtain victory. Thus, he had destroyed the cauldron that represented his past with his own hands. Today was a new beginning. A powerful change suddenly took place in Alchemist Hairong's aura. His eyes became sharp, and it was like he became a completely different person. The path of a 4-star Grandmaster began from today onwards. That face of Xiao Gu that had constantly been smiling finally showed a true smile. He was the standard character with slowly maturing talent. He had actually spent as many as 1,000,000,000 years to become a 1-star alchemist, but he had only spent 1,000,000,000 years as well to become a 2-star alchemist and a 3-star alchemist. Another 1,000,000,000 years had passed, and he had enough confidence he could become a 4-star alchemist, and now was the trigger for him to push open the doors to becoming a 4-star alchemist. Fan Luoling conformed with the norms. She decided to concoct a 3-star alchemical pill, and it was the phase pill that she was most proficient at too. There was no need for it to be too difficult because she had a secret weapon. The person to win will definitely be me. Lin Yongchang's expression was filled with arrogance. Who would have known that he had already become a 4-star grandmaster 60 years ago? The strongest alchemists here were only 3-star alchemists, so he was completely being a bully here. Actually, he had almost succeeded at the 8th stage when he was recognizing herbs. He had only made a slight error which had resulted in his ultimate failure. However, in the field of pill concoction he had absolute confidence. He was not concerned about the championship, and would take the initiative to withdraw from the competition once he shocked the masses with his outstanding accomplishments. What he wanted was merely the shocked and disbelieving expressions of the spectators, which would make him feel very self-satisfied and pleased. And then he would come around with a glamorous withdrawal from the competition, which would allow him to show off to the extreme. Just a mere 3-star alchemist and you actually dare one-up me? This time I'll let you know what a true prodigy is like. The spectators had all arrived, anticipating the start of the alchemy competition. Unlike recognizing herbs, where they couldn't really see much of anything, pill concoction was extremely bustling with noise and excitement. Why is the crystal wall on Fan Luoling's side so blurry that we can only make out the vague outline of the person, yet cannot see the herbs in her hands clearly? Someone suddenly asked strangely. Chapter 2085, Respective Successes. There seemed to be a problem with that alchemy chamber of Fan Luoling. From the outside only a very vague outline could be seen. Though she could still be distinguished and it was indeed her, all other details were too blurry. Someone gave that feedback, but the response from the ancient alchemy tower was that this alchemy chamber had some slight problem, but now that the competition was about to begin, it was impossible to call a halt to the proceedings which would affect the others. In any case it was only a little blurry and would not affect the greater scale of things, so it was fine. Though this kind of explanation was very dissatisfactory to everyone, who would dare to doubt the words of someone from the ancient alchemy tower? There was no problem, so the competition would begin. At a command, the competition for the final group began. Ling Han had long since started studying 4-star alchemical pills, and had also obtained guidance from Grandmaster Zicheng. He had discussed alchemy a great many times with this Grandmaster, and was only a step away from success. He took out his celestial medicines. Concocting a celestial pill naturally needed celestial medicines, but with the difference of star value of various alchemical pills, the requirement of age for the celestial medicines would also differ. Ordinarily, concocting a 3-star alchemical pill would need celestial medicines that were 10 billion years old, and 4 stars would need celestial medicines aged 100 billion years old. As for 5-star alchemical pills, the celestial medicines needed would have to be trillions of years old. In fact, it would not be strange for the celestial medicines to be an epoch old either, which naturally would be 9th heaven celestial star. Even Ling Han only had a small portion of this kind of celestial medicine. That was a portion of root that looked completely ordinary. It looked like ginger, but in terms of value, it would make the majority of 4-star alchemists feel embarrassingly short of money. Tortoise Tukaho, aged 400 billion years old, was specially prepared for him by Grandmaster Zicheng. Even an extremely wealthy person like Grandmaster Zicheng would feel pain to hand out this kind of treasure. Ling Han also felt heartache because this Tortoise Tukaho could not be used many more times. Previously he had already attempted concoction a good few times, and the expenditure of the celestial medicine was very high. This was a main ingredient. Of course there were also some supplementary ingredients. The majority of them were saintly medicines, and there were some that were celestial medicines aged around 100 million years old. Ling Han took a deep breath and did not rush to begin pill concoction. There were time acceleration effects of 100-fold here, and time was comparatively less valuable here. Additionally, the time period for the competition was as long as 10 days, and under the acceleration effects, it would be around 3 years. To concoct a 4-star alchemical pill, this naturally was more than enough time, and he could afford to fail quite a few times. Ling Han calmed his emotions, and after a whole 7 days he finally began moving. The moment he started, he was like thunder, as fast as lightning. Under the time acceleration effects, time passed very quickly. Very soon, 3 months had already passed. Pa! The cauldron exploded, and Ling Han's face was also charred black from the explosion. I still have 2 chances, Ling Han murmured. Now, it was not time that was lacking, but rather that the ingredients in his possession were only enough for 2 more attempts of pill concoction. He was not in a rush to begin his second attempt, but rather closed his eyes to review the details of his failed attempt. It was a shame that he couldn't enter into the Black Tower under the eyes of the masses. Otherwise, if he underwent reflection underneath the reincarnation tree, it would only be a blink of an eye. He sat unmoving for a whole half-year's time, and then began his second attempt. Everything progressed very smoothly, but when it came to the 5th month, the cauldron exploded again. I'm just that bit away from the finishing line. Ling Han felt it was very much a pity. If I had 3 more portions of ingredients in my possession, I would have absolute confidence that I could succeed, but now, I'm only left with the last chance. I will either succeed or die trying. He began to sit in reflection again. Then, in another half-year's time, Ling Han's eyes snapped open, revealing an absolute confidence. He would definitely succeed this time. He was the kind of person that the more pressure there was on him, the more he could explode with endless motivation. And now, there was already no way out for him, but he did not feel the slightest bit of anxiety or nervousness. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed and his confidence soared. His yearning for success filled him with excitement. Come. He began his third and also final attempt of pill concoction. If he still failed this time, then he could only choose to concoct a 3-star alchemical pill. On the outside, there were people gradually coming out of their alchemy chambers. Some people had long since succeeded, but were not satisfied with their present results, and wished to concoct alchemical pills that would be more satisfactory, and so were still continuing their pill concoction there. However, when the 8th day in the outside world arrived, the majority had already ended their pill concoction, and exited their respective alchemy chambers. They handed over their alchemical pills so that they could be assessed. The doors of an alchemy chamber opened, and a young man with lanky build walked out. Look, Wu Zishu has come out. What kind of alchemical pill has he concocted? With so much time having passed, it must be a 4-star alchemical pill. That's not definite. It is possible that he has concocted a considerable number or cauldrons of 3-star alchemical pills, right? Under the spirited discussions of the masses, Wu Zishu strode out, a sliver of pride in his expression. He had succeeded. He had not been crushed by the pressure, but had instead successfully surpassed himself, and succeeded in opening the doors to the threshold of a 4-star alchemist. From now onwards he could be addressed as Grandmaster, a true Grandmaster of alchemy. He handed over the alchemical pill that he had concocted to be appraised by the alchemist outside, his hands crossed behind his back, appearing to be filled with confidence. Semi-deficiency Dao pill for stars normal standard. That alchemist gave out his conclusion after a simple observation. Instantly, uproar arose in the surroundings. A 4-star alchemical pill. Finally, someone had concocted a 4-star alchemical pill, and so far, this result was undoubtedly the best. As expected of Wu Zishu, he completed his breakthrough under such pressure, and became a 4-star alchemist. Heavens, just how old is this guy, and he is already a 4-star alchemist. Sigh, this is what natural talent is, which we cannot envy. Everyone was looking at Wu Zishu enviously. The people who had come to take part in the competition this time were basically all 3-star alchemists, and 2-star alchemists and 1-star alchemists would not have the face to come at all. At most, they would only test their skill at recognizing herbs in the first test. The difference between 3 stars and 4 stars was the difference between Immortal Palace tier and Ascending Origin tier. It was so huge that it was like a whole world of difference. It must be Wu Zishu that is the first place this time. After this test, he will be able to catch up to Ling Han in marks, but a 4-star Grandmaster would definitely attain 5th refinement in spirit refinement. Thus, he would definitely still be able to win in the 3rd test. I have already said that Wu Zishu would definitely be the champion this time round. Thankfully, I wagered on Wu Zishu becoming champion, and my bet is a whole several 100,000 star stones. I have also bet all my wealth on Wu Zishu. Just at this moment, the doors of an alchemy chamber opened again, and a white-bearded old man walked out. Alchemist Riang. How is it? How is it? Everyone was curious. He was a veteran alchemist, and it was long said that he would become a 4-star alchemist, but year after year passed, and Alchemist Riang was still stagnating. However, no one has ever dared to look down on him. Alchemist Riang broke into a smile and spread open his hand. There was a round purple-colored alchemical pill lying in the palm of his hand. Fantasy purple jade pill, 4 stars. An alchemist beside him blurted out and then bowed to Alchemist Riang. Congratulations, Alchemist Riang. You have finally advanced into the ranks of 4-star alchemists. Alchemist Riang smiled faintly and rubbed his beard, appearing very reserved. However, the curled-up corners of his lips betrayed him. He was clearly extremely proud of himself internally. Now, the situation is hard to determine. Chapter 2086, Black Tortoise Earth Pill. One pill concoction contest had actually led to the emergence of 2 4-star grandmasters. This was something that had never occurred in previous alchemy competitions. It was exciting. Now only would there be suspense about the final results. Otherwise, if the candidate for champion had already been determined before the 3rd contest had even begun, how boring would that be? Right at this moment, the doors of an alchemy chamber opened, and a 3rd prodigy of alchemy walked out. Xiao Gu. No way has he also advanced into the ranks of 4-star grandmasters. Hard to say. That's right. If someone had told me that one alchemy competition could actually help 3 people to simultaneously break through to become 4-star grandmasters in the past, I would never have believed it. But now, I really can't be certain. Xiao Gu's face still bore a faint smile, and he spread open the palm of his right hand. There was a dark green alchemical pill lying within. Is this a green jade pill? Very similar, but the green jade pill is only 3 stars. In the end, Xiao Gu had not continued the legend and maintained the amazing feat of advancement that would happen only once in a billion years. That is not realistic after all. How many people would be able to do so? Everyone shook their head, feeling that it was really a shame for Xiao Gu. In the contest among several great prodigies of alchemy, someone had finally fallen behind. However, the eyes of that alchemist responsible for invigilation lit up. He looked at that dark green alchemical pill for a while and solemnly declared, 3 golden dragon veins are faintly discernible. This is not the green jade pill, but rather the golden dragon sea waves pill. What? Hearing this kind of evaluation, everyone erupted in a commotion. The golden dragon sea waves pill was a genuine 4 stars alchemical pill. This was another newly promoted 4-star grandmaster. Heavens, what day was it today? 4-star grandmasters emerged one after another, as if the heavens themselves were bestowing good fortune on this day. This is like having encountered an age of prosperity for cultivation. Sometimes, several 100 billion years would pass and not a single celestial king would emerge, but when it is an age with prodigies emerging frequently, there will also be a wave-like appearance of celestial kings, and their numbers would be greatly astonishing. Still, to personally witness this scene would make me numb with shock. A smile of pride curled up the corners of Xiao Gu's lips. Then he turned to look over at Wu Zishu and Alchemist Riang. There was no need for him to show them reverence, because they were all 4-star grandmasters. Next, it would be up to their standards and spirit refinement. 5th refinement was definite, but the exact standards were definitely going to be different. Right at this moment, Fan Luoling also walked out. Before anyone could react, she stretched out her hand to the alchemist in charge of invigilation. The latter also quickly took it over. The whole process was astonishingly fast. In fact, because of the cover provided by both of their sleeves, others did not even know what that alchemical pill looked like. Black gold celestial bone pill, 4 stars, low grade. That alchemist spread open his right hand, and there was an alchemical pill as dark as iron in the palm of his hand. Another 4-star grandmaster. Everyone exchanged looks. However, no one made a fuss this time. Instead, they all looked incredibly doubtful. What did they mean by their actions? There was a clear rule that the crystal walls of the alchemy chamber had to be absolutely transparent so those outside could observe clearly. Furthermore, when the alchemical pill was submitted, the alchemical pill also had to be very obviously displayed. This was to prevent any form of cheating. However, when Fan Luoling was concocting her alchemical pill, the crystal walls were very blurry and unclear, and the spectators could not see clearly at all. Moreover, the time when she submitted her alchemical pill was also incredibly ambiguous. And now an alchemical pill had been suddenly produced, announcing that she had concocted a 4-star alchemical pill. How could they be convinced? Hence, after a momentary silence, the area immediately erupted into chaos. A considerable number of people raised objections. It was not like the relationship between Fan Luoling and Yuan Tongguang was unknown, and now for them to suddenly do something like this, who would not suspect that there was something off here? What's all the noise about? Yuan Tongguang appeared, his eyes sweeping over the masses, his gaze bearing a lot of disdain. Don't you know that this will affect the others competing? Whoever dares to argue will be immediately removed. This kind of attitude caused even more displeasure. Weren't you guys just clearly cheating like this? I request that this black gold celestial bone pill's age is examined, someone suddenly proclaimed. That's right, examine the age. This suggestion obtained the approval of a great number. If this alchemical pill had been concocted by Fan Luoling, then the time of pill concoction definitely could not surpass 3 years added with the time acceleration effects. Thus, if it had surpassed this age, it had to have been concocted by someone else. Examine the age as a show of fairness. 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 More and more people were calling out in suit. Some were indeed filled with a great sense of righteousness, while some were merely delighting in the chaos. Yuan Tongguang's expression was very ugly, his face extremely dark. As the grandson of a great elder of the ancient Alchemy Tower, couldn't he even settle this small matter? Didn't he just want a championship? What was so difficult about it? Right at this moment, the doors of an alchemy chamber were opened once more and Lin Yongchang walked out. With a casual toss, he threw out a crimson-red alchemical pill. Crimson Flame Earth Fire Pill. Lin Yongchang's invigilator alchemist couldn't help but stretch out his hand to catch it. His eyes swept over it, and an expression of shock immediately came over his face because this was yet another 4 stars alchemical pill. What? This is too amazing. Everyone was exclaiming in shock. A great many people had been stunned by this news, and had temporarily forgotten the matter of investigating Fan Luoling. Grade, medium. Immediately the uproar in the masses became even louder. Medium grade, it was actually medium grade. While those like Xie Yuezhang and alchemist Riang had concocted 4-star alchemical pills as well, those had only reached low grade. This was actually very normal. Who would be able to reach medium grade immediately upon advancing to become a 4-star alchemist? However, Lin Yongchang was an exception. No one could be an exception. For this person to be able to concoct a medium grade 4 stars alchemical pill, there could only be one possibility. He had long since become a 4-star alchemist. Heavens, so young. The flame of life would tell no lies. This guy had only been alive for several 100 million years at most, yet he was actually a 4-star grandmaster. Inconceivable, this was too inconceivable. Everyone looked at Lin Yongchang with eyes filled with reverence. They could not help admitting that they were impressed by such a young 4-star grandmaster, and one whose standards of pill concoction had reached medium standard at that. Lin Yongchang showed a reserved smile. All he had to do now was wait for Ling Han to come out. He would first humiliate this guy and then announce his withdrawal from the competition in a high-profile manner, and that would be posh enough. Very coincidentally, the doors of the final alchemy chamber were also pushed open, and Ling Han appeared. He looked a little battered, with specks of black on his robes. Those had resulted from the cauldron exploding, and he had not managed to tidy up previously. Ling Han, where is your alchemical pill? Lin Yongchang spoke up. He could no longer wait to deliver a strike on Ling Han's pride. Ling Han glanced at him and countered, "What are you rushing me for? Are you the invigilator?" Lin Yongchang's face couldn't help but flush red with this rebuff, showing an expression of indignation and anger. However, he knew that he was no match for Ling Han, so it was naturally impossible that he would take the initiative to seek his own humiliation. He could only glare angrily at Ling Han. He only had to wait a while longer. There was no need for him to lose his cool. Ling Han did not cast a second look at Lin Yongchang. Spreading open his right hand, there was a crystalline, almost transparent, alchemical pill lying in the palm of his hand. There was a green tortoise in the core of the pill. It was tiny yet looked vivid and realistic. It was even moving its four limbs as if it was about to swim out of the alchemical pill. Black Tortoise Earth Pill. Immediately, those in the surroundings all exclaimed in shock. 4 stars alchemical pill, and the difficulty level of pill concoction was not low either. Chapter 2087, Absolute Injustice. How's it possible? Lin Yongchang immediately exclaimed in shock, the arrogance in his expression completely swept away. Black Tortoise Earth Pill was an alchemical pill that was extremely hard to concoct, even among 4-star alchemical pills. Ordinarily, there was absolutely no way that a rookie would be able to choose this kind of alchemical pill to accomplish their breakthrough. Could it be that Ling Han was a wolf in sheep's clothing? He was clearly a 4-star alchemist, yet deliberately concealed his identity. Grade, low. After a period of appraisal, that alchemist once again announced his verdict. Lin Yongchang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Though the difficulty level of pill concoction for Black Tortoise Earth Pill was higher than his pills, the grade of his completed pill was medium. Overall, it was still he who had the upper hand, though this advantage was not very obvious. This could offset a portion of Ling Han's advantage in recognizing herbs, but to be fair, it definitely could not completely erase it. However, as long as he continued to gain an advantage in spirit refinement, he could still attain the place of final champion. At first, he had planned to ruthlessly crush Ling Han in this test of pill concoction, and then withdraw from the competition in a high-profile manner, showing off as much as possible. But now it was no longer possible for him to withdraw. If he withdrew from the competition whilst he was at a disadvantage, everyone would think that he was afraid of Ling Han. Could he possibly be afraid? Let's battle it out. This time Lin Yongchang's fighting spirit had really been stirred up. He felt a pressing need to defeat Ling Han. Alright, now that everyone has already completed pill concoction, let's begin to total up the results, an alchemist from Ancient Alchemy Tower said. He was a 4-star grandmaster and had been famous for an extremely long time. Thus, even if Ling Han and the others were also freshly promoted to the same rank as him, they still had to show him appropriate respect. This was etiquette. This process was very fast because the results of the members of the last over 12 groups had long since been added up. They only had to add the results of these 100 participants, and the overall results would emerge. Concocting a 4-star alchemical pill would attain a mark, and the higher the difficulty level of concoction, and the grade of the completed alchemical pill, it would affect this mark, whether it would be raised or adjusted. Finally, the results were announced. First place was Lin Yongchang, 100 points. There was no argument about this. The Crimson Flame Earth Fire pill he concocted had reached medium grade. Though the difficulty level of its concoction was slightly lower than Black Tortoise Earth pills, it was still slightly superior. Second place was actually Fan Luoling, 97 points. Fuck. This was too shady, wasn't it? It was still a question whether that black gold celestial bone pill had actually been concocted by her, and to actually so shamelessly bestow the second place on her. Furthermore, even if it was indeed she who had concocted it, considering the ordinary difficulty level of concoction added together with its low grade, just what gave her the basis to emerge superior to the others? But what could they do even if they were unconvinced? The people of the Ancient Alchemy Tower ignored all objections. This was the final result. Third place was Wu Zishu, 96 points, and then the fourth place was Alchemist Riang, 95 points, fifth place was Xie Yuezhang, 94 points, and only then was it Ling Han, 92 points. He was only sixth and had only gotten 92 points. It should be known that the difficulty level of pill concoction for the Black Tortoise Earth pill was high, surpassing the alchemical pills that Alchemist Riang, Wu Zishu, and the others had concocted. And while the grade of the completed pill was inferior to Lin Yongchang's, it was the same grade as all the others. Then Ling Han should have been ranked in second place, and should have gotten 98 or 99 points at least, shouldn't he? 92 points? How did they come up with this figure? Even the others were all very dissatisfied by this mark. Though Wu Zishu and the others were contesting with Ling Han, they similarly were dissatisfied because what they wanted was not this kind of victory, but to defeat Ling Han in a bold and forthright manner. To win through underhanded means, what meaning was there to it? And combined with that ambiguous alchemical pill from Fan Luoling, how could they not tell that this was the Ancient Alchemy Tower deliberately supporting her? Since that was the case, even if Wu Zishu and the others could defeat Ling Han, they would ultimately still lose to Fan Luoling. This was too shady. How could they be so underhanded and shameless? Added with the results on recognizing herbs, the rankings and marks were as follows. First place, Lin Yongchang 197 points. Second place, Fan Luoling 193 points. Third place, Ling Han 192 points. Fourth, Wu Zixu 191 points. Fifth place was shared by alchemist Riang and Xie Yuezhang, 190 points. Not only had Ling Han fallen to the third place, there was a total gap of a whole 5 points between him and Lin Yongchang. This was practically an irreversible disadvantage. He had to achieve a massive lead in spirit refinement to be able to make up for this gap in points. But going by how they were purposely causing trouble for him now, even if he did get a very great lead, would they even give him the points that he deserved? 10 days later, the top 100 will proceed to undergo the third contest of spirit refinement. With a command from that 4-star alchemist, the end of the second contest was announced. When the news spread out, the masses erupted in uproar. Shady, this was a great shady business. The most greatly discussed was the matter of that alchemical pill from Fan Luoling, whether it was she who had concocted it, and whether it had been replaced. 99% of the masses believed that it had been replaced. Otherwise, why did they have to be so secretive? And why did they not agree to further assess that alchemical pill? And the other most discussed issue was how Ling Han was being suppressed. He should have been able to place second in this test of pill concoction. In fact, he should have been first place in terms of overall results, yet now he had dropped down to third place, falling behind Lin Yongchang by a total of whole 5 points, which was equivalent to having lost the competition. Whom has Ling Han offended here? It must be someone from the ancient alchemy tower. I heard that it was already decided that Fan Luoling would get the first place, so they definitely want to get rid of Ling Han. Then why wasn't Lin Yongchang also beaten down on? This. Fuck, how should I know? Tongues were wagging spiritedly outside, and there were also voices of disagreement inside the ancient alchemy tower too. Some people thought that they should not have been so unfair, but this kind of opinion was quickly suppressed by the combined efforts of Lin Yongchang and Yuan Tongguang. The elders of these two were both 5-star grandmasters. How many people would be willing to throw everything on the line to offend them? With a few words from a 5-star grandmaster, it was possible even the dome of heaven would collapse. In the world of cultivators, celestial kings were gods, and in the world of alchemists, 5-star alchemists were similarly existences that were equivalent to gods. In the inn, Fuyu was also indignant. They have really gone too far. How could they be so shameless? He slapped a hand on the table, even more anxious than Ling Han himself. Those not in the know would have thought that it was he that had suffered such an unjust treatment. Ling Han rubbed his chin, his brow wrinkled in a slight frown. In a fair competition he did not fear anyone, but if his opponents were going to play dirty, and in such a shameless way at that, how was he supposed to win? Even if he surpassed Lin Yongchang in the spirit refinement 10 days later, unless he achieved the astonishing and absolute crushing victory of 6th refinement versus 5th refinement over him, there would still be no way he could turn this disadvantageous situation around. But the problem here was, how could Ling Han possibly attain 6th refinement in 10 days? To say nothing of 10 days, he might not be able to succeed even in 1,000,000,000 years. From 5th refinement onwards, every step forwards was as difficult as climbing up to the heavens. Then what was he to do? Just allow himself to be bullied like this? Kill Lin Yongchang? The Empress suddenly spoke up, her voice icy cold. That's right, kill that bastard. Hunyo immediately jumped up, waving her little fists around. Meanwhile, Fuyu got a huge scare. Afterwards, he had also found out that Lin Yongchang's background was even more powerful than that of Yuan Tongguang. The former's father was an elder of the ancient alchemy tower, a 5-star alchemist. Kill Lin Yongchang. This, to say nothing of the fact that he was in the 100 Pills Palace, with elite standing guard. Even if he could be killed, this would mean piercing a hole into the heavens. Just how terrifying consequences would result from that? Chapter 2088, Poison. Ling Han thought for a while and then clapped his hands. There's only one way. He had absolutely zero trust in Fan Luoling's abilities. She had to have obtained this kind of result through cheating, and in the area of spirit refinement he only had to have a clear victory over her, and it would definitely be no issue for him to surpass her results. The only one in his way was Lin Yongchang, and Ling Han originally should have been ranked ahead of him. He only had to even out the gap between them and he would be able to get first place. Since he was so determined to seek death, what could be done? Ling Han, you've gone mad. Fu Yu came back to his senses, and hurriedly called out after a moment of being stunned. Ling Han really had gone crazy. To actually want to kill an heir of the ancient Alchemy Tower in 100 Dragon City? Just how tired of life was he? Then what you mean is that I should just bear with this kind of injustice? Ling Han looked at him. Fu Yu couldn't help but be rendered speechless. However, he immediately said, but you definitely cannot do this. There is absolutely no way you would succeed. This is 100 Dragon City, and there would be ascending origin tier elites standing guard in the alchemy chamber. If you want to commit a crime, the only one who will die is you. Ling Han broke into a grin. That's right. It would be much too dangerous. Fu Yu quickly nodded. Ling Han patted his shoulder. Then you make the move for me. Fu Yu immediately wanted to throw up blood. He had no wish to be dragged in. I can't make a move, and it's pointless even if you want to as you're too weak. Ling Han withdrew his hand while commenting disdainfully about Fu Yu at the same time. That's right. Hunyo clapped her hands to express her agreement. And trash. The Empress was the same as well. Fu Yu was about to go crazy. Why were the brains of these people so different from others? It was not a question of whether it was possible to kill Lin Yongchang at all, but rather the problem was that the latter could not be touched or killed. That could cause a gigantic storm. However, there is someone that can, Ling Han said smilingly, his gaze turned on Xiao Gu. However, there is someone that can. Xiao Gu saw this and thought that Ling Han was playing with him, involuntarily imitating his words. Xiao Gu, help me kill a person. Xiao Gu, help me. Xiao Gu copied every single word. Ling Han breathed a sigh. To have Xiao Gu kill someone for him seemed to be unrealistic. Aside from imitating words, this guy would only passively defend. The only thing that could make him actively attack would be the cultivators of the alternative cultivation system. What to do now? Furthermore, it was indeed like what Fu Yu had said. Lin Yongchang was an heir of the ancient alchemy tower, and the defenses around him would definitely be very strong. To kill him in absolute secrecy was not very realistic. Even if Xiao Gu was willing to move, with the silly temperament of this guy, the whole world would probably find out in the end. Then Xiao Gu would also have to be set aside for now. I got it. Ling Han suddenly smacked his thigh. Success would have to depend on my luck. He moved out alone, heading towards the alchemy palace, but he was not aiming for Lin Yongchang, but rather searching for an alchemy chamber. The next contest was spirit refinement, and a tool needed for spirit refinement would be a ready-made alchemical pill. To ensure that there was no cheating taking place, such alchemical pills were prepared by the ancient alchemy tower, but they were all one-star alchemical pills. Thus, there was no need to worry even if spirit refinement failed, as loss would be limited. What Ling Han hoped was that the users of these alchemical pills had been prearranged. He used the regulations of space, his figure moving like a ghost. Even a dividing soul tier elite would find it very difficult to discover any traces of him. However, this would not be able to fool immortal palace tiers. Who is it? A figure suddenly raced out of his room. It was a man of astonishingly tall build. His face was filled with suspicion. He had clearly sensed an unfamiliar presence, but when he came out, he had not discovered anything at all. Had he been cultivating too hard recently and gone mad? He surveyed for another while, and then only did this man return to his chambers. Ling Han came out of the Black Tower. This was his true support, and regulations of space was only adding on to the perfection. Xiao, that large man, raced out again, the suspicion in his expression even more pronounced. That was because he had once again sensed that unfamiliar presence, but he did not find anything when he ran out, which made him feel like he was about to go crazy. He circled around in the vicinity and then returned to his room. Ling Han once again appeared from the Black Tower and leaped forwards. Xiao, that large guy, ran out again. His eyes were even a little bloodshot by now. What was going on here? Had he really gone crazy? This time, he used his divine sense to carefully search every inch of the ground, but still did not discover anything, making him almost want to tug at his hair in irritation. Peng, he went into his room and slammed the doors heavily behind him. When Ling Han appeared once more, the large man did not appear again. He probably really thought that he had gone mad and was having a serious case of delusions. Actually, there is no need to go to so much trouble, Small Tower suddenly spoke up. You only have to activate the source powers of heaven and earth, and even a celestial king would find it very hard to discover your presence. Since the source powers of heaven and earth contain the words heaven and earth, they naturally are a portion of the heaven and earth. If you use the source powers, you would be one with the heaven and earth. Even a celestial king would not deliberately do a sweep with their divine sense, and thus it would be impossible to discover your presence. Fuck. Ling Han gritted his teeth. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such an important matter? Looks like I have thought too highly of your intelligence. I thought you would have thought of it, Small Tower said. Small Tower was again treating him with disdain. Ling Han did not bother with it. He used the source power of wood because the wood and earth in this great palace was present the most. Since he did not have the source power of earth, he could only use the source power of wood. One divine sense swept out, directly passing over him without the slightest pause. This was an ascending origin tier elite. Ling Han nodded. It was just as how Small Tower had said, this elite treated him like a tree in the Alchemy Palace, and naturally would not pay overly much attention to him. Going by that logic, should he change his mind and directly head to kill off Lin Yongchang? This thought only flashed through his mind before disappearing. The moment he moved, his aura would be immediately exposed without reservations. Even if he managed to enter into the Black Tower in time, and his appearance was not glimpsed by that ascending origin tier elite, he only had to leave behind a trace of his aura, and that would be even worse than having someone actually glimpse his appearance. It was because appearances could be changed while auras could not. At least it was very, very hard to do so. He had best just do as he had planned. Unless the situation differed from what he thought. In that case he would go and seek out Lin Yongchang. Even if he did not kill him, he would draw him into the Black Tower, imprisoning him till he was satisfied. He searched for a long while and finally arrived at the alchemy chamber. Lucky there are no protective formations. Ling Han smiled. True, with an ascending origin tier elite standing guard, what need was there for defense here? Ling Han pushed open the doors and searched around inside. As expected. He found a rack and there were 100 boxes on the rack. There were 3 alchemical pills that had not undergone spirit refinement yet placed in each box. Furthermore, a person's name was written down on each box, and they were all the people who had advanced to the 3rd round. Lin Yongchang. Ling Han immediately found the box that had Lin Yongchang's name written down on it. It was the first box on the first shelf. After he opened it, he took out the red spot 10 poison fruit. There was a pitifully small amount, merely a few drops of liquid. He cautiously dripped it on one of the alchemical pills. It was not that he did not want to drip the poison on the other 2 alchemical pills, but rather that the poison had been used up. I'll give you a way of survival. If you only execute spirit refinement on 1 or 2 and just coincidentally avoided this one, that would really be your luck, Ling Han said. If it were not Lin Yongchang and Yuan Tongguang who had used such underhanded means in the first place, he would not have condescended to do this either, but who asked them to be underhanded first? In that case he could only say sorry. Chapter 2089, Secret Intervention. Ling Han left the Alchemy Palace quietly, and returned to the inn as if nothing had happened. He had already done what he should do and whatever came next would be up to fate. Another few days passed and the 3rd competition began. 100 participants arrived once more at the Alchemy Plaza. Though the majority of them had no hopes of coming in top 3, none of them wanted to give up before the results were even out. Who knew if there would be a what if? It was still 1 alchemy chamber for each person. Then a number of alchemy apprentices walked over, each bearing a box in their hands. Names were written on these boxes. These boxes were all correspondingly distributed among the participants. After Lin Yongchang took his box, he turned his head and cast a disdainful glance at Ling Han. To dare steal his limelight, how truly ridiculous. He was indeed arrogant. He had clearly attained a lead only through underhanded means, and really thought that he was truly all that impressive. Ling Han only smiled slightly and ignored him. Even if Lin Yongchang managed to fortunately escape this time, Ling Han would still think of some way to kill this guy in the future. Fuck, what kind of person was he? Begin, the 4-star Grandmaster who was in charge announced. Because a considerable number of 4-star alchemists had appeared, and they could be his equal in status, his tone had become considerably gentler as well. Every person had 12 hours time. Under the time acceleration effects of 100-fold, there was more than enough time even for 3 times of spirit refinement. Ling Han closed the doors, ignoring everything that happened outside, and focused on spirit refinement. Becoming a 5-star alchemist meant that he had accomplished a leap in alchemy, and would definitely be able to perform 5th refinement. However, being able to perform 5th refinement did not mean that he would be able to succeed each and every time. Even a 5-star alchemist would not dare to guarantee that. Thus, every participant had 3 chances. If you did not have enough confidence, you could also perform 3rd refinement or 4th refinement. There was no rule that specified a 4-star grandmaster definitely had to perform 5th refinement. However, without a 5th refinement, how would he obtain 1st place? Ling Han took a deep breath. All the details regarding spirit refinement appeared once more in his mind, together with some suggestions that Grandmaster Zicheng had given to him. This master had never taught him anything particular step by step, but would take an indirect approach and guide him to the correct mindset. Thus, Ling Han did not walk the old path that Grandmaster Zicheng had walked, but had rather developed the ability to think for himself. After about a day he finally began moving. When he moved, his speed was naturally astonishingly fast. 1st refinement, 2nd refinement, 3rd refinement, and 4th refinement. Ling Han quickly completed 4 rounds of spirit refinement. He had already done these steps a great many times before, so he was proficient and familiar with it, but what came next was the most crucial 5th refinement. Stimulating the 9 heavens flame, he began the final spirit refinement. Boom. Not long after, with a lick of flames, this alchemical pill turned into ashes. Righto, the previous 4 times of spirit refinement were all completely wasted as well. Thankfully, spirit refinement did not require ingredients, or the loss would be much too great. Again. Outside, the spectators were all watching closely, especially on Fan Luoling's side. It was practically a sea of people. Due to pressure, Yuan Tongguang did not dare to brazenly cheat again this time, or rather the powerful figure who was the overseer here could no longer bear to watch. Thus, this time, Fan Luoling's alchemy chamber was completely clean, and could be seen with absolute clarity. The people outside were all staring fixedly. There was no possible way the number of times of spirit refinement she accomplished could be concealed again. If her 4th refinement was going to be described as 5th refinement, then from today onwards, at least this branch of the ancient alchemy tower would completely lose all their trust. Fan Luoling was also famous by now. The attention focused on her was even greater than that on Lin Yongchang and Lin Yongchang. However, the attention focused on top-tier prodigies was also great. There were still a great many people gathered around the alchemy chambers of those like Lin Yongchang, Ling Han, Wu Zishu, and the others. Sigh, it's too bad. A 4th refinement celestial pill, it'd be great if that was given to me. I can at least sell it for 100,000 star stones. A 1-star alchemical pill with 4th refinement, this is really exorbitant. Too bad it exploded. Seeing how Ling Han failed at his first attempt, everyone was feeling rueful, and this kind of rueful feeling was also experienced by others such as Wu Zishu, Alchemist Riang, and so on. They had all just barely been promoted to 4 stars rank. Even if they had been working their $yes off at spirit refinement these few days, just how great would their improvement have been? Failing at the first attempt was inevitable. What was crucial was whether they would be able to succeed once in the remaining 2 attempts. And under the eyes of the public, Lin Yongchang also opened the box, and took out an alchemical pill. Nothing happened. His luck was very good. He had not taken that alchemical pill that had been poisoned. He began spirit refinement. 1st refinement, 2nd refinement, 3rd refinement, and 4th refinement. All 4 instances of spirit refinement went very smoothly. He could already perform 5th refinement. The last 4 times of spirit refinement were naturally done very easily. However, when he began 5th refinement, his speed immediately decreased because he had not stepped into this threshold very long ago either. He used the regulations of fire as a cauldron, and aroused the Tao of heaven and earth to strengthen the grade of the alchemical pill. A faint golden vein appeared, entwined around the alchemical pill. It appeared out of thin air, gradually darkening further and further. There were 4 golden veins beside it as well. When the color of all 5 was the same shade, it meant that the 5th refinement was completed. Then Lin Yongchang would definitely become the champion of this alchemy competition. Right when Lin Yongchang was about to succeed, this alchemical pill suddenly exploded. Spirit refinement had failed. Lin Yongchang couldn't help but look irritated. He had been so close to success and had only been just a step away. Again. He took out another alchemical pill. However, he was still standing steadily, and there were no signs that he had been poisoned. This luck. He began spirit refinement again. Among the crowd, someone mumbled, "This luck is a little good." If one paid more attention to him, he would be able to see that while this person wore a loose cloak, and had a bamboo hat on his head, covering all parts of him firmly, his 2 feet were still exposed. They were clearly a pair of black dog's legs. "I can only move again," this person said while extending a hand, which he reached slightly out of the cloak. It was clearly another dog's paw, and there was actually pink-colored underwear hanging from his paw. "Celestial King Ling Miao's underwear, just a single sniff would energize me 100-fold over," this person mumbled to himself, and then tapped his dog's paw in the direction of the alchemy chamber Lin Yongchang was in. "Pa!" A sound rang out, and the alchemical pill in Lin Yongchang's hands suddenly exploded. Fuck, why had he failed again? Lin Yongchang was completely baffled. This was only a 3rd refinement and he would still fail at a 3rd refinement? How could this be? How could it be possible? Outside, everyone was also in uproar. Spirit refinement was the easiest to distinguish. However many golden lines there were on the alchemical pill meant how many times spirit refinement it was. There was no second possibility. Thus, everyone could see clearly that Lin Yongchang had actually failed at a mere 3rd refinement. As a great 4-star grandmaster, he actually failed even at a 3rd refinement. This is a little weak, isn't it? I now seriously wonder how he managed to become a 4-star alchemist? Could it be that he managed it through cheating like some specific woman, right? Hee hee. A considerable number directly went into mockery mode. Who asked Fan Luoling to be a previous example? Everyone's trust had dropped to rock bottom. Hee hee. That dog person laughed slyly. To actually dare bully our little Han grandpa dog is already very merciful for not a $$ at Ping Yu. If Ling Han had heard this, he would have been able to guess his identity immediately. Lin Yongchang was stunned for a moment before stretching his hand towards the final alchemical pill. Chapter 2090. Which Celestial King? The large hand descended and picked up the final alchemical pill inside the box. Lin Yongchang's expression changed immediately. He realized that an extraordinary itch was spreading upwards from the palm of his hand, and he involuntarily released his grip. The alchemical pill dropped back into the box, but the scene that came after caused him to feel great shock and terror. That was because what fell was not just the alchemical pill, but also a pile of rotten blood and flesh, and when he looked upwards he could see that actually half of his right hand had disappeared. It was badly mangled, and the remaining half of his palm was still endlessly dripping blood and liquid. His hand was melting. Even if he was an alchemist, he was stunned for a moment, not knowing what he should do. After the time of at least a single heartbeat, he finally released a scream of horror, and by now, the whole of his right hand had completely corroded and turned into mush, and it was still spreading upwards onto his arm. "How dare you!" With a furious roar, a figure shot out, exuding a frightening aura. Boom! He threw the doors of the alchemy chamber open with a palm strike, and grabbed out at Lin Yongchang. This was an ascending origin tier elite, who was completely capable of suppressing the poison of the red-spotted poison fruit. Even if he could not remove the poison, he could control its spread. But when he reached out his hand, his feet suddenly slipped and he fell, sprawling out on the ground. This was a very solid fall, and it was his face that hit the ground first, directly sending his 2 front teeth flying with the impact. Everyone was stunned by this sight. For an ascending origin tier elite to stumble and fall for no reason was an inconceivable matter. What more when he had lost his 2 front teeth from the fall? Who would believe that this was possible? But since he was a noble ascending origin tier elite, who would be able to plot against him? And to do it in such a secretive way, what cultivation level did the attacker have to be? Celestial King tier. But which Celestial King would do something so pointless? Gaga gaga. The large black dog laughed in an incredibly devious manner. Then he stretched out his paw again, and that ascending origin tier stumbled to the ground again. "Stupid Baldy, who asked you to stay quiet previously and bully our little Han? Are you having fun now?" That ascending origin tier's heart trembled. To attack him in such an unnoticeable manner, it had to be a celestial king, and for a celestial king to make a move on him, did he dare to move rashly again? In his eyes, this was a warning from the celestial king. "My lord." He scrambled to his feet and bowed towards the skies. "This is the only son of Grandmaster Lin Chenglong of the ancient Alchemy Tower. Please have mercy and spare his life." Hearing his words, the audience were all shocked. Was there really a celestial king that had moved? However, the entire scene was dead silent. No loud, majestic voice rang out while causing the heaven and earth to tremble. The ascending origin tier did not know whether this mysterious celestial king had agreed or otherwise, but Lin Yongchang's whole arm had already completely corroded by now. If it continued to spread upwards, it would be his neck, his head, and then he was going to die. He did not dare to hesitate further, and hurriedly stretched out his hand towards Lin Yongchang. Puh. His hand had just stretched out, and as if he had not stood steadily, he fell again, his whole face hitting the ground harshly again. His whole face was now forcibly embedded into the hard stone tiles. That celestial king had moved again. This time, everyone had no further doubts. They were all numb with excitement. To most people, celestial kings were placed on a high pedestal, and there was no possible way that they could even catch a glimpse of this kind of existence. What more to see a celestial king in actual action? Though they still had not seen the true appearance of the celestial king, they had seen his power. He did not even need to appear, and he could easily play around with an ascending origin tier elite in the palm of his hand, showing the full might of a celestial king. "My lord, please spare me." Lin Yongchang naturally understood as well. No wonder even his previous attempt of third refinement had failed. As it turned out, a celestial king was secretly intervening. He had a strong resentment in his heart as well. For a great celestial king to actually make a move on a minor character like him, that was too degrading of the celestial king's status. However, he did not dare to make the slightest rebuke, and could only adopt a most humble attitude. Celestial king, that was a king of the celestial realm, high and noble, indestructible and immortal. "You little bastard, who do you think you are? To actually dare play dirty tricks on our little Han? If I allowed you to live, what face would Grandpa Dog still have?" A voice rang out by Lin Yongchang's ear, and he was the only one who could hear it. "What?" Lin Yongchang's expression was incredibly colorful. He had never imagined that there was actually a celestial king following behind Ling Han, and what was worse, this celestial king was even incredibly protective. He had actually made a direct move on him. For a celestial king to bully a dividing soul tier junior, aren't you embarrassed? "Spare me. Spare me." He knelt down to beg for mercy. The corrosion had already reached his neck, severing his head from his body. For a celestial, this was not fatal. It would be fine as long as his mind was not destroyed. But that voice did not sound again. No. Lin Yongchang released a terrible scream. At this moment he had to be feeling incredible regret. He would not get the slightest benefit out of joining this competition. Even if he won the first place, he would only get a moment to show off. But now, just for the sake of showing off, he had actually lost his life. This price was really too heavy. With this sharp cry, Lin Yongchang's head was also completely corroded by the poison, and turned into a pool of blood. That ascending origin tier elite scrambled up to his feet unsteadily. There was a clear face-shaped groove left abruptly on the ground. He looked at Lin Yongchang, who had already been turned into blood, and in this moment, his heart was in complete chaos. Something big had happened. An heir of the ancient Alchemy Tower, the son of a 5-star Grandmaster, had died, and he had died in front of his eyes at that, and the elite did not even get the slightest chance to save him at all. Thankfully, it was a celestial king that had moved, so he should be fine, right? How could an ascending origin tier stop a celestial king? No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. And dead silence had fallen over the area. A 4-star Grandmaster had died just like that. This was even more shocking than Tian Qingyue and the other monarch tiers dying in battle. After all, it was cultivation level that was the deciding factor of cultivators, and dividing soul tier was merely dividing soul tier. But a 4-star Grandmaster, that was an existence that was equal in status to an ascending origin tier elite. For an ascending origin tier elite to die, just how shocking would that be? What more when Lin Yongchang was also the only son of a 5-star Grandmaster. This time, a hole had really been poked in the heavens. And the problem here was, if it was a celestial king that had moved, how could they possibly leave any traces behind? After the incident, not even revenge could be obtained. Could it be that all celestial kings were to be slaughtered completely? Who would have that ability? However, those in the alchemy chambers had absolutely no idea of what had happened outside, and were still focused completely on spirit refinement. 2 hours later, someone was first to walk out. He was instantly shocked. Why was the atmosphere so tense outside? Did anything major happen? Very soon he was exclaiming in shock. What? A celestial king had arrived, made a move on Lin Yongchang, and then killed him with poison. However he thought about it, that was unbelievable. For a celestial king to kill a dividing soul tier, did he have to use poison? Whom were you trying to fool? Gradually, others could tell this fact. Initially, they were all astonished, and subsequently, there was no way they would believe it had been the act of a celestial king. This was unbelievable. In such tremendous shock, even if Wu Zixu, Ling Han, and the others stepped out of their alchemy chambers respectively, not many people would take notice. However, the competition still had not ended, so it naturally had to continue. When everyone had come out of their alchemy chambers, the assessment for the times and quality of spirit refinement began. Only Ling Han and Wu Zixu had attained 5th refinement. Alchemist Riang and Xie Yuezhang had failed in 2 attempts of 5th refinement, and their 3rd attempt was only 4th refinement. They did not dare continue to avoid not getting a single point in the 3rd round. In that case, their rank would definitely fall several dozen tiers. Fan Luoling had also attained 4th refinement. In full public, there was no way she could cheat again. However, the results of 4th refinement could not be considered too poor. Thus, the first place naturally had to be determined between Ling Han and Wu Zixu. Chapter 2091, Charge. When Ling Han found out about Lin Yongchang's death, he was not surprised, because this had been his doing in the first place. However, when he heard that there was a celestial king that had intervened, his expression became strange. Celestial king? Where did this celestial king come from? Was it Lu Hairong? He was a little suspicious, but if it had not been for the intervention of a celestial king, how could an ascending origin tier elite possibly have fallen by himself twice, and even broken his teeth and disfigured himself at that? Strange. At the moment, he was not in the mood to ponder this problem, but was more concerned about the final results. Very soon, the results of the 3rd round, and the final overall results were out. First place of the 3rd round, Ling Han 100 points. Second place, Wu Zixu 98 points. Then, it was the overall results. First place was Ling Han, 292 points, and second place was Wu Zixu, 289 points. Ling Han came in first. Everyone was more accepting of this result because Ling Han had managed to enter into the ranks of top 10 in history during the herb recognizing competition. He actually should also have been second in the 2nd competition, and was first in the 3rd. He was really and truly deserving of becoming the champion. Because of Lin Yongchang's death, the prize presentation ceremony was also rushed. It was over and done with by simply stuffing a map into Ling Han's hands. As for second place, there was no prize. In the first place, this competition was meant for earning prestige, allowing one to have a chance of entering into the ancient alchemy tower. Thus, even the prize for the first place was more of a formality. The celestial medicine was inside that mystery realm, but was it definite that you would be able to gain it? Dismissed. The prize presentation had already ended, so it was natural that everyone would go back home. Ling Han, Xiao Gu, the Empress, and the others walked together. But they were not heading back to the inn. Instead, they planned to leave 100 Dragon City altogether. Their next destination was the Yin Soul Valley. They had all reached peak stage Yang Soul, and if they did not break through, they would not be able to advance any further. There were a considerable number of Yin Soul valleys in the Western Celestial Realm, and unlike the Yang Soul Ocean, there was no such thing as opening or closing of the Yin Soul Valley. They could be entered at any time. Thus, there was no need for Ling Han and his party to deliberately seek it out. They only had to go to the Yin Soul Valley nearest to them. Boom. A terrifying aura surged out, and an elite arrived from the air. There was a black peacock spreading its wings behind him. Each of its 18 feathers was as sharp as a sword, as if they themselves were celestial tools. "I am Yu Wenxin and come from the Dhara sect," this elite said, his voice ringing out like thunder. His eyes swept over the surroundings. "The holy son of our sect, Tian Qingyue, has died here, and Lord Sect Master has commanded that I investigate the reason, so I request cooperation from the side of the ancient alchemy tower. This was an ascending origin tier elite. I am Fei Chong. Brother Yu, please come down for a meeting, the ascending origin tier on the ancient alchemy tower's side said. However, he lacked a pair of front teeth, and with his face covered with blood, his image was really quite bad. Yuanxin looked at this ascending origin tier elite, his expression becoming strange. What had you been doing just now? Could it be that you were fighting with your wife? Why do you look so terrible? He was curious, but it would not be appropriate for him to ask. The curiosity in his heart was like a persistent itch, though. With a light cough he said, Brother Fei, I hope you can provide cooperation. Fei Chong looked troubled, and after some thought he finally said, Brother Yu, to be honest with you, this matter possibly involves a celestial king. What is it? Yuanxin was confused. Fei Chong gave an account of the previous happenings and then said, As I deduce it, this celestial king must have relations with one of the contestants. Otherwise, how could a great celestial king possibly lower themselves to make a move on a dividing soul tier? Brother Fei, you are worrying too much. Yuanxin waved a hand dismissively. The people I seek are prodigies of cultivation, freakish geniuses that were capable of killing a holy son of our sect. How could it possibly be related to alchemists? That's right. Fei Chong nodded slowly. There did not exist this kind of prodigy in this world. Brother, you seems to already know who the criminal is? He asked. Yuanxin nodded. There are a total of 2 criminals, one by the name of Ji Wuming, and the other is named Ling Han. Puh. Fei Chong immediately spluttered. Previously he had just said that there was no such prodigy, but in the blink of an eye reality had hit him harshly. There really was. Brother Fei, could it be that you know of these 2 people? Yuanxin asked. I don't know of Ji Wuming, but I do know Ling Han. Fei Chong nodded. Humph, to actually dare to kill the holy son of our sect, I truly wish to see what he looks like. It is said that this person is 21 meters tall, and has a huge D******, Yuanxin said. They were not conversing in low voices and Ling Han heard them clearly. Involuntarily his expression darkened. Fuck, just who was it that said that he had a large D******? Ha 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 ha. On the other side, the large black dog was rolling around in raucous laughter. This naturally was his doing. He definitely does not have a height of 21 meters, and as for the size of his D******, that I would not know. Fei Chong pointed in Ling Han's direction. There, the person is there. Yuanxin's gaze instantly pierced over. A frightening pressure assaulted, and even with Ling Han's physique, he felt like he was about to explode. The ascending origin tier was really too powerful. Xiao Gu moved and stepped out in front of Ling Han, immediately canceling out that pressure. And? Yuanxin appeared slightly surprised. He stared at Xiao Gu for a while. Who might you be, sir? This person actually looked exactly like Ling Han. If it were not for the fact that he had taken the initiative to move, others would definitely misunderstand, and think that he was Ling Han's divided soul. And who might you be, sir? Xiao Gu was exhilarated. What he most enjoyed was having someone new play the game of imitation with him. Who am I? A hint of displeasure appeared on Yuanxin's face. He had already announced his name and origins just now, and the other was still asking? Was he deliberately pretending to be deaf? Suppressing his anger, he declared, I am Yuanxin and come from Dara sect. I am Yuanxin and come from Dara sect. Xiao Gu said in a deadpan tone. Sir, what do you mean by this? Yuanxin's voice raised a notch, showing a furious expression. By now, Xiao Gu's imitation was not just limited to words, but even tone and expression were an exact copy. He also showed an expression of fury and loudly demanded, Sir, what do you? Yuanxin was almost exploding with fury. You impersonate me right in front of my face. Do you think this is very funny? You've gone too far, he declared darkly. You've gone too far. Xiao Gu also responded darkly. Yuanxin could no longer tolerate it. He moved aggressively and sent out a palm strike through the air at Xiao Gu. Immediately, a sharp black arrow shot out, covered with seals of great Tao. This was a blow that could destroy the heaven and earth. Xiao Gu's expression was one completely at a loss, and he did not dodge either, simply allowing this arrow to attack him. Pooh, the black arrow penetrated into his body. Xiao Gu looked at Yuanxin with an astonished expression, his face filled with confusion. Just now, weren't we still having fun playing? Why did you hit me suddenly? Moreover, why did you hit my chest? It would not cause the slightest bit of injury. Yuan Xin was also incredibly shocked. He had never seen any ascending origin tier dare to take an attack from him head-on like this. He gave the matter some thought, and then realization suddenly dawned on him. You have used a secret technique and shrunk your body. This appearance is merely an empty shell. No wonder he would look exactly like Ling Han. No wonder he could sustain a blow from him head-on. This was not an actual body at all. You have used a secret technique. Xiao Gu copied again. Yuan Xin was infuriated. You actually insist on doing this even at this point in time? Just how contemptuous are you of me? With a battle cry he charged towards Xiao Gu, and with a shake of his right hand, a black sword appeared. Seals of great Tao flickered, its sharpness on full display. Xiao Gu greeted the incoming attack with his fists raised. Ping ping ping, he confronted Yuan Xin head-on. In truth he was just a bone and did not have any flesh and blood body. His fists were manifested through the regulations of heaven and earth, so he naturally was unafraid of clashing head-on with a sharp weapon. Chapter 2092, Lu Hairong arrives. Two great ascending origin tier elites were exchanging blows, and there were not many people that could watch the battle from the sidelines. They all had to retreat. Xiao Gu would only passively defend himself. Other when encountering the cultivators of the other cultivation system, he wouldn't feel any killing intent towards anyone. However, his battle prowess was really not weak. No matter how Yuan Xin attacked, it was useless. He stood like a high mountain that would not collapse. And right when this intense battle was ongoing, another two frightening auras appeared. In the skies, a man and woman appeared. Though they had appeared together, they clearly were not a group. There was enough distance between the two of them, ensuring that if the other suddenly became violent, there would be enough time to react. Golden Crow Sect, Hairong. Cloudy Waves Valley AIU. This man and woman introduced themselves respectively, both of them extremely arrogant in tone and expression. They were both at the ascending origin tier. Even in the Western Celestial Realm, ascending origin tiers could still be considered top-tier elites. Only Celestial Kings were superior to them, but how many Celestial Kings could there be? Brother Shi, Fairy AI. Fei Chang clasped his hands in greeting. Hearing the origins of these two people, he knew that they had come for Yu Huaqing and Zhu Huiyun respectively. The holy daughter of our sect has been killed, and I have been commanded to come and apprehend the criminal, AIU said, her divine sense spreading out, and enshrouding the entire 100-dragon city. One is Ji Wuming, who wields a small bow, and one is Ling Han, 21 meters tall, and has a huge D******. Was there no end to it? Ling Han's lip twitched. In the future, when anyone spoke of him, would they have to add on the description of having a huge D***** first? Hairong did not speak. He had met AIU on his way here, and they shared the same motive, which was to apprehend Ji Wuming and Ling Han. Since AIU had already spoken, he chose to keep silent. In any case, those below them were only minor characters at the dividing soul tier and severing mundane tier. He couldn't even bother himself to take a good look at them. Fei Chang pointed at Ling Han. That's him. This brat was really outrageously brazen. Having killed Tian Qingyue and the others, he did not quickly flee but still came to participate in the alchemy competition, and what was crazier, this brat actually came in first place. AIU looked sinisterly at Ling Han and demanded, "Where is Ji Wuming? I am not his babysitter, so how should I know where he is?" Ling Han spread out his hands. The other party had approached in aggression, filled with animosity. Even if he made his attitude humble, it would be useless. Then why did he still have to suffer in silence? Moreover, they were each responsible for their own survival after entering into a mystery realm in the first place. Otherwise, why would they even enter? As expected of an evil creature that is undisciplined and out of control, to actually dare to speak with me in this manner. AIU's expression turned cold, showing her killing intent. Don't waste so many words and let's just capture him, Hairong said impatiently. AIU glanced at him in displeasure, but did not pick a fight. She knew herself well. The other was ascending origin tier at consummate level, while she herself was only at great accomplishment level. This gap of a minor level meant an incredibly large disparity in battle prowess. She too could not bother to waste too many words on a minor character. Immediately she stretched out her hand and grabbed out at Ling Han. Pah! Her hand had not reached its target when a hand appeared out of thin air. It was as huge as a mountain, and delivered a harsh slap in her direction. This large hand was unstoppable, and slapped the attack from Aiu back in her direction. A frightening aura surged out, and a woman walked over from the distance through the air. She was clearly moving in an unhurried manner, but she had crossed mountains and seas with a single step. Regulations of space. Everyone gasped, but next they couldn't help but grab their heads, revealing an incredibly stunned expression. Celestial King. To be able to easily send an ascending origin tier flying with a single strike, aside from a Celestial King, there could be no other existence. Moreover, a Celestial King's appearance was unique. There was a four-colored halo of light flickering around this woman like four heavenly Tao, showing that she was a fourth heaven Celestial King. Ugly hag, you're here. When Nyo humped. You really are slow and made Nyo wait so long. The new arrival was Lu Hairong. She had heard of how Ling Han and Ji Wuming had killed Tian Qingyue and the others, and had thus rushed here at the first instant. She had not used too much time on the journey, but when the news reached her ears, it had already been a day ago. Greetings, senior. Ling Han clasped his fists and bowed in greeting. Lu Hairong couldn't help but shake her head. Ling Han really was a troublemaker to actually offend several great sects in a single move. Though these great sects were only 8th heaven Celestial King tier, and not one of them could compare to Rock Palace, the present Rock Palace was embroiled in a storm, so no matter what, she was not willing to have an addition of several such strong enemies. Greetings, milady. Immediately, everyone bowed down. Milady. Hairong withdrew his arrogant attitude, and bowed towards Lu Hairong. This boy killed the holy son of our sect. May I know what relations he has with milady? What he meant was that if there were no strong or close relations, she had best not interfere. Why did Hairong dare to present such an attitude? That was because Lu Hairong was only a 4th heaven Celestial King, yet the Golden Crow sect was an 8th heaven Celestial King tier force. There were a total of 7 Celestial Kings in the sect, and 3 of them were above 4th heaven, so there was naturally no need for him to be overly afraid. Lu Hairong naturally wanted nothing more than to cast a troublemaker like Ling Han away, but firstly Hu Niu clung very closely to him, and secondly, this person was the heir of that person, having a considerably strong relationship with the Rock Palace, so how could she possibly overlook this? She calmly stated, "Do you have any right to demand what relation I have with him? Since I have already acted, retreat immediately." Originally, there was no need for a Celestial King to be so tolerant, but who asked the Rock Palace to already have a powerful enemy? It was truly not convenient for the Rock Palace to have more powerful enemies. Hairong's eyes involuntarily lit up. Lu Hairong had not directly sent him flying with a smack, but rather kept her patience to speak with him, which clearly meant that the latter had to feel strong wariness towards the Golden Crow sect. Otherwise, what need would there be for a great Celestial King to be tolerant? He bowed again. Milady, the holy son of our sect had astonishingly high natural talent in cultivation, and initially should have had boundless future prospects. He was very much favored by our Lord Sect Master, and now he was killed by the combined forces of others. He will not be able to rest in peace, and our Lord Sect Master is also unable to allow such injustice. Injustice? It had clearly been Tian Qingyue and the others that had joined forces in an attempt to kill Ling Han and Ji Wuming. That was not right. It was they that had united every person that had entered into the Divine Dragon Mountain to isolate and besiege Ling Han and Ji Wuming. But they had not predicted the existence of the black figures, causing them to become victims of their own genius. They were counter-killed to the point that their party was practically wiped out completely. How could this be called injustice? It was only because Ling Han and Ji Wuming were really strong enough, which had caused them to shoot themselves in the foot. Lu Hairong did not know what was going on, but firstly, there was no possibility that she would step back, and secondly, it was impossible that she would accept being threatened by an ascending origin tier. Immediately, her pretty face grew cold and she menacingly asked, "Why do you blurt so much nonsense?" "Please reconsider, milady." Hairong bowed down to the lowest he could go, making his attitude extremely humble such that it would not be appropriate for Lu Hairong to show her ire. "Our Cloudy Waves Valley is of the same stand as well." Aiu had already flown back, her hair slightly disheveled. A trace of blood was seen on the corner of her lips, but she did not sustain any strong injuries. This was not because she was powerful, but rather that Lu Hairong had been merciful. Lu Hairong's killing intent flickered slightly. These two ascending origin tiers actually dared to threaten her. Did they really think she did not dare kill anyone? Though the Rock Palace was presently embroiled in extreme peril, it still had a ninth heaven celestial king as overseer. Even if she was severely injured, killing eighth heaven celestial kings was still doable. Hee, my friend, you had best think before you act. With a loud laughter, a man suddenly appeared, multicolored halos of light surrounding him shockingly. It was another celestial king. Chapter 2093, Arrival of Various Celestial Kings. Four-colored halos of light shone, as if there were four extremely powerful streaks of heavenly Tao protecting him. It was another celestial king, and also a fourth heaven celestial king at that. Lu Hairong looked solemn. Even if she originated from a ninth heaven celestial king tier force, she did not dare to underestimate the other in the slightest, because what person that had advanced into the ranks of celestial kings was not an extraordinarily talented genius? Especially for a fourth heaven celestial king, who had undergone innumerable trials. His battle prowess was definitely like a heavenly sword that could kill anything. How should I address you? Lu Hairong turned her eyes on this celestial king. This celestial king showed a faint smile. Dara Sect, Full Wind's celestial king. Lu Hairong nodded. Rock Palace Lu Hairong. So you are the renowned Sea Heavenly King. Full Wind's celestial king chuckled, and clasped his hands in greeting. I have long since heard of the great name of the Sea Heavenly King, and meet you today finally. Nice to meet you. You are too polite. Lu Hairong also smiled. The other party was a celestial king and could not be underestimated. The Rock Palace only accepts female disciples. This boy should not have any relation to your esteemed sect. The Full Wind's celestial king changed the topic suddenly, and the conversation turned back onto Ling Han. Thus, I would like the Sea Heavenly King to please give me some face, and hand this boy over to me. Lu Hairong shook her head. That would be difficult to comply with. Sea Heavenly King, you are making it difficult for me. Full Wind's celestial king sighed, a troubled expression on his face. Hee. Lu Hairong chuckled. She was indeed wary of the other party's strength, and indeed did not want to make any more powerful enemies for the Rock Palace, but if it really came down to a battle, she would not cower back in the slightest either. Then the only option is deciding through force, Full Wind's celestial king said. Come then. Lu Hairong declared proudly. She definitely did not dare to underestimate the other party, but was also filled with confidence in her own abilities. One came from an 8th Heaven Celestial King tier force, while the other was from a 9th Heaven Celestial King tier force. Even though there was only a difference of 1 heaven, it had already been mentioned that there were 9 heavens in Celestial King tier, and every step forwards was as difficult as climbing the heavens. Who could afford this difference? For a great 9th Heaven Celestial King tier sect, they taught astonishingly many cultivation techniques. This was an existence that stood at the apex of the celestial realm, and had accumulated unknown treasures in their possession. Thus, in a battle of equal levels, she had enough confidence that she could win. Hee, allow me to join in. With a light laugh, a man strode forwards through the air. He was clearly not very tall or broad, but it seemed like even the heavens would prostrate beneath his feet. Propitious red clouds spread around him for thousands of meters, and a four-colored light surrounded him. It was another 4th Heaven Celestial King. Seeing Lu Hairong look towards him, this Celestial King showed a cordial smile. Cloudy Waves Valley, Celestial King Yuanfang. Ong, a beastly roar rang out, and hot clouds of volcanic ash appeared on the horizon. Then these clouds of volcanic ash flew over at an astonishing speed. Then the clouds dispersed, revealing a man of tall, broad build. His upper body was bare, and there was an indescribably malevolent wolf-shaped tattoo on his chest. This was not a tattoo but something he was born with. There was a vague light of great Tao flowing through it, exuding an intimidating pressure. Golden Crow Sect Green Wolf, this large man declared, his voice as loud as booming thunder. Beneath them, a great many people were instantly knocked unconscious from just his voice. The might of a celestial king would shake the heavens and earth, and a single thought would shake down even the stars in the skies. Lu Hairong's eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly, and she finally looked wary. Celestial King tier was too hard to attain, but what person who had become a Celestial King was not an extremely talented prodigy, a prodigy among prodigies? In a battle of 1 against 1 she had absolute confidence that she could win, and in a battle of 1 versus 2 she was also confident that she would not lose, but in a battle of 1 against 3, the result would not be too certain. More importantly, Hunyo was still here, and she was the future Imperial Empress of the Rock Palace, bearing the future of every single person in the Rock Palace on her shoulders. She definitely could not come to the slightest bit of harm. Thus, she was filled with qualms and did not dare go all out in battle. More importantly, if Hunyo was captured, the Four Seas Palace would definitely be willing to offer an astonishingly exorbitant price in exchange for her, and possibly even an 8th Heaven Celestial King would be unable to refuse this kind of offer. For example, celestial medicine that was epics in age, or a source power of heaven and earth. As long as they had not reached 9th heaven yet, the source powers of heaven and earth was still a good reference material for even celestial kings. "We only want this brat," Celestial King Yuanfang said, pointing at Ling Han. "If the Sea Heavenly King does not allow it, we can only come to blows." However, the safety of these few girls could not be guaranteed by then. The 3 celestial kings each made their attempts of persuasion. There was completely no need to waste too many words when one had reached their level. They would be able to transmit their opinions with a single look and move simultaneously. It was absolutely impossible for a man to be a disciple of the Rock Palace, but it was possible that the women were ones. Though they did not know which one it was or if it was all of them, it would do to just use all of them as a threat. Immediately, Lu Hairong's expression changed. This was her weak point. In a great battle between celestial kings, even if she had drawn Hunyo into her spatial god tool, it would not be safe. It was highly possible that the spatial god tool would crumble in battle, and the shock wave from a celestial king tier level attack would easily kill her. 3 4th heaven celestial kings were completely qualified to threaten her. At this time, everyone else had become the background, and the meaning of their existence was that of mere spectators. Even Fei Chang, the host, did not dare speak a single word. In front of celestial kings, however strong an ascending origin tier was, they were still trash. "Sea Heavenly King, how about it?" Green Wolf Celestial King asked loudly, each word turning into a seal of heavenly Tao. He was so strong that his words had taken solid form, capable of suppressing the world. Lu Hairong showed a conflicted expression. For the pride of the Rock Palace, she initially should have responded in an incredibly assertive manner, and battled fiercely, leaving boldly after severely wounding 1 or 2 celestial kings, but now she was considering the idea of compromising. However important Ling Han was, his value could not possibly surpass Hunyo's. "Ugly hag, beat them up, beat these guys up." Though Hunyo was usually not very reliable, her insight was extremely skilled. Immediately, she could see the conflict that Lu Hairong was in, and rebelled at the first moment. "Fuck, how could Nyo's Ling Han be allowed to come to danger? Sea Heavenly King, please reconsider." The full wind celestial king's eyes were set on Hunyo, his gaze flickering. Though there was quite a distance between them, the full wind celestial king had still heard about some matters of the Rock Palace. After all, it was a 9th heaven celestial king tier force. Even in the western celestial realm, there were only about a dozen or so such forces. In the past, the Rock Palace had flourished greatly, with 2 9th heaven celestial kings standing guard, and had the domineering air of the strongest force in the celestial realm, but as the last Imperial Empress died in an ambush, the Rock Palace began slowly declining from their extreme prosperity. Presently, it was besieged by the Four Seas Palace, and was struggling on the borders of survival. To garner such wariness from Lu Hairong, and to actually be able to call a 4th heaven celestial king an ugly hag, Hunyo's identity was abundantly clear. The next Imperial Empress of the Rock Palace. If Hunyo was captured and handed over to the Four Seas Palace, how would he be rewarded? That was a 9th heaven celestial king tier force that had existed for who knew how many epochs, and had to have astonishingly great wealth. The moment this thought arose in him, his heart immediately became excited and could not be suppressed. To kill Lu Hairong, he naturally did not have the slightest bit of confidence, but if it was merely grabbing 2 dividing soul tier juniors, he was filled with confidence. What he had thought of, how could the Green Wolf Celestial King and Celestial King Yuanfang not think of? Their eyes also landed on Hunyo, revealing a heated gaze. Lu Hairong saw this happen and immediately decided. She declared, "Fine, this boy can be handed over to you." She definitely could not allow anything to happen to Hunyo. Ugly hag, what nonsense are you saying? Hunyo howled in fury. Full Wind's Celestial King and the others exchanged looks and nodded respectively. For the moment, it was best not to provoke Lu Hairong. After all, she was also a fourth heaven Celestial King, and if she really put her life on the line, it was highly possible that she could drag one or two of them down with her. They would capture Ling Han first, and then they would inform the fifth heaven Celestial Kings, sixth heaven Celestial Kings, or even stronger existences in their sections. By then they would naturally be able to apprehend both Lu Hairong and Hunyo. Chapter 2094, Xiao Gu shows his might. This little girl is really too undependable, the large black dog mumbled from afar. So stupid and so indecisive, just how exactly did she become a celestial king? As expected, all these years she spent alive have been the years of a dog. Pay. Which bastard invented this line? He really deserves to die. Suddenly, he took a sniff, and then a strange expression appeared on his face. The fierce woman Ling Miao has caught up. Hee, just in time, you can help Grandpa Dog to deal with these little brats. If someone had heard him call the four celestial kings as little girl and little brats, respectively, they would either die of terror or laugh themselves to death. Had this large black dog gone mad, or was his strength powerful to a heaven-defying extent? The large black dog stretched out a paw, sweeping it through the air. A circular halo of light appeared, and its inner surface was covered entirely with decorative designs, looking like patterns, but also seeming like a character that was incredibly complex at the same time. What was strange was that the large black dog's paw extended into the circle, and the part that had passed through it actually disappeared into thin air. This was regulations of space. I really can't bear to part with it. I just managed to steal it with extreme difficulty. The large black dog drew out a pair of underpants, showing an expression of regret. However, if I don't return it to that fierce woman, she will probably chase Grandpa Dog relentlessly for eternity. Sigh, just a single sniff energizes me. The large black dog sniffed the underpants, looking incredibly perverted. His whole expression was one of infatuation, yet ultimately, he still stretched out his paw and tossed the underpants into the circle, which immediately disappeared without a trace. There will be a good show to come. The large black dog's regret was swept away, and he immediately became exhilarated. In the skies, the full wind's celestial king moved and grabbed out at Ling Han. Since Lu Hairong had already spoken, the word of a celestial king was naturally as strong as the heavens. There was absolutely no possibility that she would go back on her word. Ling Han couldn't even move at all. In fact, being locked down by the divine sense of the celestial kings, he could not even complete a single thought. It was as if regulations of time had been executed on him, and everything had become overwhelmingly slow. Xiao, a celestial light streaked past, and Xiao Gu suddenly retreated, stepping in front of Ling Han. The celestial king bone in his body glowed, as a powerful celestial king tier aura seeped out. What? Yuan Xin's eyes almost fell out in his shock. The aura of a celestial king, how could this be possible? Could it be that he was battling with a celestial king? Did any such celestial king exist in this world? Not fighting back and just allowing him to attack. He was so good-tempered that it was practically inhuman. But the celestial king tier aura told no lies. To speak of nothing else, if he was facing this aura directly now, his knees would definitely become weak, and he would not even have the ability to move. Boom. This strike from the full wind's celestial king was suddenly stopped, but Xiao Gu's body also crumbled loudly. This was not his original body, and thus had limited defenses. In front of a celestial king, it could not withstand a single blow. A snow-white bone floated in the skies. It was covered with ancient seals, exuding an air of age, and a powerful celestial king tier aura was also spreading out, as if a supreme existence had descended. N.E. The full wind's Celestial King Yuanfang, Green Wolf Celestial King, and Lu Hairong included, the four great Celestial Kings all showed expressions of shock as none of them had discovered previously that Xiao Gu was not an actual person at all, but just a mere bone. He was only a bone, yet actually could bear the strike of a Celestial King, and a fourth heaven Celestial King at that. This was too inconceivable. Celestial tool? The four great Celestial Kings all stared at Xiao Gu. No, this should be the bone left behind by a Celestial King, and has reached a supreme height in terms of body art. That is why it can match the toughness of divine metal. Otherwise, being corroded by the power of time, even the body of a celestial king would gradually lose its vitality. It could not possibly block the attack of another celestial king. This celestial king should have reached an astonishing height when he had been alive. Seventh heaven? Probably not just that, it has to be eighth heaven or above. The four great celestial kings were incredibly shocked. When a person died, everything would be gone. This was an absolute fact that would never change. Even a celestial king could not possibly be exempted from this rule. But now, this celestial king bone clearly had developed its own consciousness. This had overturned the unshakable law. An celestial tool? No, this should be. Xiao Gu spoke up, repeating the words that the four celestial kings had spoken previously without the slightest error. The four great celestial kings. Everyone beneath them. A white bone, and it was their speaking in a lively and realistic manner. Furthermore, they were words that others had spoken previously. Just what kind of bizarre scene was this? Ling Han was speechless. This guy had already become a bone now, yet he was still in the mood to imitate words. As Xiao Gu copied the words, he was also reforming his body. As blood and flesh interwove, his body reappeared. It was still formed exactly like Ling Han. It looked like he was definitely screwing Ling Han over. This aura? In the distance, the large black dog scratched his ears and cheek. There is no way Grandpa Dog would forget after a single sniff, but Grandpa Dog does not have the slightest memory. And looking at the marks of age on this celestial bone, it should have existed for a few epochs at least. Furthermore, there is a sliver of a dark aura on the bone, not from those evil creatures, but left behind after fighting and killing those creatures. Only when one had killed too many of those dark creatures could such a strong aura be left behind. Could it be that it is an existence even older than Grandpa Dog? That's right. The storm of darkness had not existed just in Grandpa Dog's generation, but can be traced back to an even farther ancient era. Perhaps this guy had died after battling with the dark creatures. When Xiao Gu had finished repeating the words, his body had also been completely reformed. Then, he looked at the four great celestial kings in an endearingly silly way. Friend, since you have already died, what obsession cannot be let go? Celestial King Yuanfang said. He was sure that this celestial king bone could go against nature because the obsessions he had when he had been alive were too strong. Friend, since you have already died, Xiao Gu copied diligently and unfailingly. Instantly, Celestial King Yuanfang's face became dark and ugly. He was still alive and well, so why was it he that had died? Even the Full Wind Celestial King and Green Wolf Celestial King did not dare speak at this, because Xiao Gu did not take himself as a celestial king at all. He would directly repeat whatever had been said, and this damage was indeed quite strong. However powerful he had been in the past, he is only a bone now and no longer possesses his past glories, the Green Wolf Celestial King said to the other two great celestial kings. We'll join forces, and how could it be that we are still unable to suppress a celestial tool with that? A celestial king's bone, it would be more appropriate to call it a celestial tool. All right, we'll work together to suppress it. The Full Wind Celestial King and Celestial King Yuanfang both nodded. However, right at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from afar. Boom! Innumerable images of divine dragons streaked across the skies. The many dragons danced together, their might overflowing the heavens. Pa 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 pa. All four great celestial kings actually fell down from the skies simultaneously. What? Everyone was watching with bulging eyes. What was going on here? It was only a dragon's roar, and four great celestial kings actually couldn't even manage to stand steadily anymore. Who was the newcomer? This thought had not been completed when another person had appeared above the plaza. A beauty, a supremely exquisite beauty. She was dressed in green robes, her complexion as fair as jade. She had a slender nose and almond-shaped eyes, her hair as black as ink, cascading like a waterfall. Furthermore, there was actually a pair of dragon's horns sprouting out of her temples, their hue the dark blue color of green jade. And it was this exquisite beauty that was exuding a powerful, mighty aura capable of suppressing heavens and earth. She did indeed possess such strength because there were 8 streaks of light entwined behind her. 8th Heaven Celestial King. Heavens and 8th Heaven Celestial King, this was an existence that was practically standing at the apex of the celestial realm, a truly supreme existence. Chapter 2095. Eighth Heaven Celestial King. Milady. Milady. Including Lu Hairong and the Full Winds Celestial King, everyone knelt, paying their humblest respect to this Eighth Heaven Celestial King. An Eighth Heaven Celestial King could kill a Fourth Heaven Celestial King several times over with a single thought. The fierce woman is here now. There's a good show ahead. Meanwhile, the large black dog mumbled to himself, his figure suddenly becoming translucent. He was clearly still standing there, yet it was as if he had disappeared from the skies. His grasp of the regulations of space had reached an astonishing height. That Eighth Heaven Celestial King in the skies was naturally Celestial King Ling Miao. Her face was filled with fury, looking like it was strong enough to burn the heavens and boil the earth. In her pursuit, she had confirmed that that despicable large black dog was just within the vicinity. Yet, the grasp over the regulations of space that this large black dog had already reached a chilling extent. Even she was unable to capture any trace of him. She ignored Lu Hairong and the others completely. Though they were all Celestial Kings, a Fourth Heaven Celestial King was actually no different than an ant in her eyes. Anyone who had not reached the height that she had would completely be unable to imagine just how strong she was. And her eyes swept over them, stopping on the Full Winds Celestial King. Me milady. The Full Winds Celestial King involuntarily shivered. At this moment he felt as if the sect master of the Dhara sect was staring at him. That heavy, intimidating pressure made him feel like he was only a minor character that had not even begun cultivating. Where is that damn dog? Ling Miao Celestial King spoke. What damn dog? The Full Winds Celestial King was baffled. This lady had come in such an aggressive manner, but the words she spoke were completely baffling. What madness was she in now? However, Ling Han's heart jolted. There seemed to be only one damn dog that could enrage a Celestial King to the point of stomping in rage. The large black dog. At the time, he said that it was possible he would be targeted by several supreme existences, and thus left Ling Han while going off to steal the underpants of a female Celestial King on his way. Linking that with the present situation and thinking further, the truth was practically on the verge of being disclosed. This female Celestial King was the poor victim whose underpants had been stolen by the large black dog. A great and noble Celestial King, and one that was an Eighth Heaven Celestial King at that, actually had her underpants stolen? Ling Han couldn't help but be impressed with the large black dog. Just how strong had this guy gotten by now to actually be able to even bring disaster onto an Eighth Heaven Celestial King? Not talking? Ling Miao Celestial King was clearly a hot-tempered person. She directly stretched out a hand and green dragon claws appeared in thin air, gripping tightly around the Full Winds Celestial King. Seals of great Tao surged and supreme might abounded. Milady, I really don't know what you are speaking of. The Full Winds Celestial King was almost about to cry. He was a Fourth Heaven Celestial King for better or worse. Anyone who saw him would have to be extremely respectful, and address him, my lord. But now to be picked up in front of so many people, completely incapable of fighting back, this was an extraordinary humiliation. Yet he did not dare to have the slightest complaint. Otherwise, if an Eighth Heaven Celestial King wanted to kill him, it would completely be the matter of a single thought. Afterwards, even if the Dhara Celestial King went to seek her out, it would still be a question of whether he would be able to match her. He had no wish to die in such a dubious way. Celestial King Ling Miao humped, while her other hand tapped out at empty air. The clothes that the Full Winds Celestial King was wearing immediately exploded, and fluttered and danced in the skies like butterflies. However, a pink-colored pair of underpants was completely unscathed and floated down slowly. Everyone saw this scene clearly. A great and noble Celestial King, and he had actually hidden the underpants of a woman on him. This taste was really unique. TSK. Could it be that the Full Winds Celestial King had an unusual fetish? Celestial King Ling Miao's fury blazed even hotter. With a sudden wave of her hand, this pair of pink underpants burned fiercely, but it did not look like it was going to burn up completely, at least for now. Everyone was astonished. That was an Eighth Heaven Celestial King, and even this kind of existence could not instantly burn this pair of underpants to ash. Just how shocking was the defense of these underpants? They definitely did not belong to the Full Winds Celestial King. Hold on, why was Celestial King Ling Miao only targeting the Full Winds Celestial King? There were a total of 4 Celestial Kings here, but Ling Miao Celestial King had only chosen the Full Wind Celestial King to make a move on out of all of them. Could it be that the Full Wind Celestial King had stolen Celestial King Ling Miao's underpants? It could only be said that the Full Wind Celestial King's hobbies were too unique, and that he was outrageously bold to actually dare to stretch out his hand towards an 8th Heaven Celestial King, and he had even succeeded at that. Impressive. For a moment, everyone directed gazes of admiration at the Full Wind Celestial King. Even the Green Wolf Celestial King and Celestial King Yuanfang were no exception. Yet the Full Wind Celestial King was completely dumbfounded. Why did he have a pair of female underpants on him? Furthermore, it was clear that this pair of underpants had brought great trouble to him. Seeing how Lady Celestial King's killing intent was surging, he hurriedly proclaimed, "Milady, this pair of underpants is not mine. No, 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 it was not me who has stolen yours. No, 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 I don't know how it came to be in my possession either." He was telling the complete truth, but who would believe him? Oh, you were a 4th Heaven Celestial King here. If you were not the one who stole it, how could it be that there would be another that could frame you? The only person who could accomplish that here would only be Celestial King Ling Miao, but would she do that? You had to be joking. It really wasn't me. The Full Wind Celestial King wanted to cry by now. This had absolutely nothing to do with him, yet now he could not explain it clearly no matter how hard he tried. Indeed, even he himself was about to believe that he had done it. Otherwise, where would this pair of underpants have come from? Celestial King Ling Miao raised a hand and delivered a slap. Immediately, a bright red handprint appeared on Full Wind Celestial King's face. That damn dog, where exactly is he? She naturally knew that the Full Wind Celestial King had not been the thief to steal the underpants, but he had to have some relation with the large black dog. Otherwise, how could that damn dog have possibly handed his spoils over to him? "Milady, I don't know anything about any damn dog. I am innocent," the Full Wind Celestial King lamented plaintively, feeling so wronged and aggrieved. With the pride of a Celestial King, he should not have submitted at all, but Celestial King Ling Miao was clearly the kind that was incredibly rash, and was presently in a moment of fury, so what reason could she have now? If he argued, what if he got killed? Wouldn't he have died for nothing? This kind of death was really too meaningless. Therefore he had to survive and then find out the reason why. Pa, pa, pa. Celestial King Ling Miao continued to wave her hand, slap after slap raining down on the Full Wind Celestial King's face. Her conduct was always simple and rough. If you didn't submit, she would simply beat you into submission. If you didn't speak, then she would simply beat you into talking. The Green Wolf Celestial King and Celestial King Yuanfang were both stunned, confused, and flustered because from a certain aspect, they belonged to the same group as the Full Wind Celestial King. If the Full Wind Celestial King would rather die than submit, then wouldn't they also be beaten? Better you die than us, so you had best quickly confess. The two great Celestial Kings were both looking at the Full Wind Celestial King expectantly, hoping that he would quickly speak. Fuck. The Full Wind Celestial King instantly felt an urge to commit murder. What kind of expression are you two wearing? Finally Lu Hairong snapped out of it. She bowed respectfully towards Celestial King Ling Miao and said, "Lady Ling Miao, Hairong asks to be excused." It was apparent that she knew Celestial King Ling Miao. Though Celestial King Ling Miao was still fuming in rage, she was very kind towards Lu Hairong. Nodding, she said, "Go on." Lu Hairong descended and stretching out her hand she grabbed Hunyou Ling Han and all the others. Then with a flash of her figure she was already far away. The Green Wolf Celestial King and Celestial King Yuanfang were both anxious. They wanted to break into a run in pursuit, but there was an 8th Heaven Celestial King standing just right there. She had not yet spoken to excuse them, so how could they possibly dare to take one step beyond the limit? Thus they could only watch helplessly from where they were. Chapter 2096, Een Soul Valley. Lu Hairong brought Ling Han and the others with her as she left, streaking through the air. With an 8th Heaven Celestial King standing guard, everything naturally progressed incredibly smoothly. After traveling 3 days in a row, Lu Hairong finally stopped. She had no choice but to stop as Hunyou was determined to eat. Now that a glutton's appetite had been stirred, it was completely impossible to stop. They then sought out a place for a meal. Lu Hairong did not speak all this while, because she felt slightly apologetic towards Ling Han. When they had been sniped by the Four Seas Palace, it was Ling Han who had protected Hunyo. Otherwise there would be nothing left for her to do. But previously, under the coercion of the three great celestial kings, she had chosen to give Ling Han up. Though the danger had been dealt with now, she still felt slightly awkward. Next, should we first go to the Yin Soul Valley or find the treasure? Hunyo asked as she ate, seeming to be very excited. Next should we? Xiao Gu echoed her while he ate. Don't snatch Nyo's stuff. Hunyo was anxious. This damn Xiao Gu was actually grabbing the meat that she loved, and she hurriedly went to guard the food. Don't snatch Nyo's stuff. Xiao Gu also went to guard the food. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh and said, we had best head to the Yin Soul Valley first. All of them had reached peak stage Yang Soul. Without breaking through to Yin Soul, every day passed would simply be a waste of time. Sure. Hunyo declared with a clap of her hands. Lu Hairong's expression was a little dark. She was a great celestial king, but not one of these people actually even had any signs of asking for her opinion. However, firstly, Hunyo was stubborn, and secondly, Lu Hairong was also curious about Xiao Gu's origins, so her attention was focused on Xiao Gu. The Empress drew out the map, and after a while of searching she pointed at a spot on the map, announcing, the closest Yin Soul Valley is, at the Dark Forest. If we rush, we will need about half a month's time, but if we were escorted by Senior Lu, 2 to 4 hours should be enough, Ling Han said with a grin. Ugly hag will leave after eating. Hunyo immediately declared, sounding angry. This old demonic woman had actually planned to sacrifice Ling Han. Lu Hairong could only nod in response. In front of Hunyo, she, a fourth heaven celestial king, did not even dare show the slightest bit of temper. Even if Lu Hairong had not displayed any domineering air, a celestial king was ultimately still a celestial king. Carelessly leaking out a sliver of aura was already incredibly frightening. Thus, though there were quite a number of exquisitely beautiful women at their table, no one dared to approach and hit on them. Their meal went very smoothly. In Ling Han's eyes, this was a very inconceivable matter because they would encounter some kind of problem when they were dining at a restaurant most of the time. With a turn of Lu Hairong's slender hand, she brought them with her, and they continued their journey. The speed of a celestial king was too fast. Only after 2 hours they had already arrived at the Dark Forest. Next it will be up to you all, Lu Hairong said. Once you all have broken through, come to this place. I will be waiting here. After saying this, she already disappeared from sight with a flash. She was really in a hurry, coming or leaving. Let's go too. Hunyo took the lead, energetic as always. Ling Han smiled and walked off, holding hands with the Empress. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro followed behind them like a sulking wife. Xiao Gu acted dim, just like a silly goose. The Dark Forest had always been very lively. This place was rich in a herb called Numbing Clouds mushroom. Though it had not reached the extent of celestial medicine, it was a supplementary ingredient that could not be missed in the concoction of a great many celestial pills, and it was only capable of growing here. Hence, there frequently were people who came to harvest herbs here. In fact, because of the needs of herb gatherers, a small town had been slowly built in the forest, providing a place of rest for the herb gatherers, also shielding them from the elements. After about a day they arrived at this small town. There was no need to pay protection fees upon entering the town, but everything in the town was extraordinarily expensive, including accommodations. However, if one chose to rent accommodations, the innkeeper would ensure your safety, but if you chose to camp outside and hide in your spatial god tool, there might be a sword stabbing directly at you the moment you left your spatial god tool. Ling Han and the others left after only walking around the town. They had not come to gather Numbing Clouds mushrooms, but had come to enter into the depths of the Dark Forest. There was a Yin Soul Valley there. Hence, this forest was even livelier. There would always be Yang Soul elites coming here, heading into the Yin Soul Valley to proceed with their breakthrough. Another 3 days later, Ling Han and the others finally arrived at the entrance into Yin Soul Valley. Ordinarily, there were 3 great beauties in Ling Han's party, and should have attracted some pesky bugs, but how could those who came here to collect herbs be any kind of elite? Thus, Dividing Soul Tier was definitely considered a great elite here, and who among them would dare come and court death? It would be different once they entered into the Yin Soul Valley. They had all come for the sake of breaking through to Yin Soul, and all of them had the same cultivation level, so it was naturally inevitable that there would be some that wanted to fool around. After Ling Han killed quite a few people in a row, finally no one dared to have any more inappropriate thoughts. They traveled again for a few days and a deep pool appeared ahead of them. The pool waters were dark green and so deep that the bottom could not be seen. This place was called the Jade Pool, and was the most inoline location. Furthermore, there was something called Soul Jade that would be nurtured inside this pool. It was the same as the Yang Soul Stone. Once it was fused into your spirit, you would then be able to form a spiritual body. But how could the Soul Jade be obtained from the Jade Pool? Naturally, it was impossible to dive in. It was said that even an ascending origin tier elite would be frozen to death by the coldness, and only a celestial king would be able to endure it. However, how could anyone possibly get the help of a celestial king just for the breakthrough of a Yang soul? Of course, it was impossible that this was the only way. Yang souls similarly could still obtain the Soul Jade. It would require cultivators to communicate through their own divine sense. If they succeeded, the Soul Jade would fly out of the water on its own. Then could you draw it out first and then hand it over to another? No way. Once it fell into the hands of another, the Soul Jade would automatically crumble. Thus, due to this aspect, it would be useless even if they could get the help of a celestial king. At the banks of the Jade Pool, there were a great many people seated in a cross-legged position. They were all concentrating on communicating with the Soul Jade in the pool. There were indeed a lot of people. Some were seated very far back while some were seated very close to the front. It could not be helped. The cold air from the pool was soaring, and there were powerful regulations of water contained within this coldness. Even a Yang Soul Monarch tier could not possibly walk up to the pool. They would have long since been frozen into an icicle. It was said that the closer to the pool of water that one managed to stimulate the Soul Jade, the higher the quality of Soul Jade that they would obtain. Come on then. Ling Han and his party all walked forwards, while Xiao Gu roamed around idling his time away, and trying to find a new target for imitating speech. Even the weakest of the four of them was an Emperor tier, and could be ranked into the upper echelons of Emperor tiers at that. Thus, it was natural that they passed all the others and arrived at the foremost position. After all, how could there be so many Emperor tiers and Monarch tiers in this world? In fact, there were only a very limited number of even just King tiers. If some kind of gathering of cultivators was held, or a mystery realm that would only open once every 100 million years opened, only then would there be various prodigies popping out and as many King tiers as stray dogs. These four people are really powerful. They have already walked to the very front. This natural talent, TSK, they are probably all King tiers. This makes me so envious. A King tier could suppress his peers and was high and noble, which naturally induced the envy of others. That should probably be their limit by now. Everyone was staring at Ling Han and his party and made their judgment. That should probably be the limit of King tiers. But the four people did not look like they were going to stop there in the slightest. Heavens, why are they still walking forwards? Could it be, they are not King tiers but rather Emperor tiers? Chapter 2097. Stimulating the Soul Jade. Emperor tier. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Even those that had been concentrating on stimulating the Soul Jade stopped. They could stimulate the Soul Jade later, but it was not every day that they could see an Emperor tier. Emperor tier can still be invincible against an opponent that is superior by a whole minor level. They can reign supreme even among souls. Heavens, even if I broke through, I would not be a match for them now. Sigh, why is the gap between people so overwhelmingly massive? A great many people were defiant. They all had to cultivate, so why would there be such a colossal disparity in their battle prowess? Don't be short-sighted. For them to manage to attain this level, who knows how much hard work and effort they have exerted. It is definitely not something that can be explained away just by the words, natural talent. Someone was still very objective and said a very pertinent line. Quite a number of people nodded their heads to express agreement. The path of cultivation was difficult, and becoming an Emperor tier definitely could not be summed up as simply as the words, natural talent. Look, they are not stopping yet, someone exclaimed, pointing at Ling Han and his group. This. I heard that Tianhe had once reached 90 meters away from the pool in the past. Tianhe, he is no ordinary Emperor tier, but can be ranked in the top 3 even among Emperor tiers. There is definitely no way that they can compare to Tianhe. Of course. Numerous people were making cynical remarks. The majority of people could not bear seeing someone better than them. However, Ling Han and his group had already walked closer and closer to the 90-meter point from the pool, which was a solid slap in these people's faces. They're about to catch up to Tianhe. Heavens, there are actually as many as 4 such existences. This is inconceivable. Ling Han and his group walked a few more steps, and bewitching Maiden Row was the first to reach her limits. She had no choice but to stop. Even so, she had reached the 84-meter point from the pool, a whole 6 meters further than that so-called Tianhe. This had completely thrown those around them over in shock, all of them gaping widely. In their eyes, Tianhe was a top-notch prodigy, and it was definitely impossible for him to be surpassed. Yet now, all of a sudden, there were 7 people that had surpassed him, which naturally led to all of them being stunned to numbness. But Ling Han, the Empress, and Hunyo were still walking forwards, continuing to break the limits of acceptance of the masses. When they arrived at the 45-meter point, the Empress's and Hunyo's speed also began to slow. Even they were feeling pressure at this point, and the blood flow in their bodies was clearly slowing down. Once the blood flow completely stopped flowing, that meant the regulations of water had completely crumbled their bodies and they were dead. The 2 women activated their respective bloodlines and continued to walk forwards. 42 meters, 33 meters, 27 meters, 21 meters, 15 meters. Finally, they stopped altogether. If they took 1 step further, they would be completely frozen stiff, and that would be seeking their own demise. The 2 women felt a little regret at this, yet the others were dumbfounded. 15 meters. Monarch tier. And it's a top-grade Monarch tier at that. I have heard Tianhe mention that only Monarch tiers would be qualified to walk within 30 meters of the pool, and in the case of 15 meters, that would be the limit of all Monarch tiers. But that guy has already walked to the 12-meter point. Everyone was in shock, watching dumbly as Ling Han continued his way forwards. Heavens, is this guy planning to walk right up to the pool in one go? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That would really be heaven-defying. That's right. I don't believe that such a freak would exist either. 15 meters. Ling Han finally stopped walking, which also made the masses sigh in relief. This guy had ultimately not defied the heavens. So this was his limit, Ling Han thought. His physique added with the power of regulation he had grasped only allowed him to walk until this point. At this moment, aside from blood still circulating in his heart, his whole body had already been frozen completely. If he took another step further, that would only be suicide. Fire and water were incompatible, so could he use the 9 heavens flame? Ling Han pondered, but then immediately shook his head. Water and fire were incompatible, but they also corresponded with each other. For example, while a massive primordial wave could extinguish a great fire, what about a cup of water? To this pool, the 9 heavens flame would be a cup of fire, and would not be able to have the effect that it should have. Who knew, maybe it would instead anger this pool and cause great trouble if one could use divine sense to stimulate the Een Soul Jade at the bottom of the pool. Why couldn't it be angered? It could not be helped. The 9 heavens flame was still too weak now. Then what about the Xianin source water? With a thought from Ling Han, the Xianin source water was immediately stimulated, and began channeling inside his body. The effect produced instantaneous results. The blood that had already stopped flowing in his body began circulating again, and his frozen stiff body was also gradually becoming warmer, so he raised his foot and took another step. Heavens! Seeing this scene, everyone was grabbing their head and exclaiming in shock. Just what had they seen? A miracle. Ling Han did not stop walking. The further forwards he walked, the warmer his body became. With the help of the Xianin source water, it was as if he had been immersed into the pool. Thus, no matter how frightening the coldness exuding from this pool was, it could no longer harm him. In simpler terms, he had already been assimilated with the regulations of water here. 6 meters. 3 meters. Ling Han was still walking forwards and finally stopped at the edge of the pool. If he walked even the slightest bit further, that would be the extremely icy waters of the pool. This was unprecedented. This was a feat that only celestial kings could accomplish, yet it had actually been accomplished now by a dividing soul tier. Heavens, what kind of freak was this? Ling Han sat down in a cross-legged position. He couldn't care to be concerned about what the others were thinking. If he could stimulate the Een Soul Jade from this distance, the dividing soul that he manifested would be the strongest among Een Souls. He unleashed his divine sense, which spread out endlessly. When the divine sense spread out, it was naturally solid, but when it headed into the direction of the pool waters, his divine sense encountered a block. No, the word block was not very appropriate. It should be compared to a layer of mud that caused his divine sense to make progress only with great difficulty. And at this moment he could see multiple crystalline rocks around the pool. This was the Een Soul Jade. If his divine sense attained resonance with one of them, that Een Soul Jade would fly out of the pool on its own volition, and become the bearer of his second divided soul. However, Ling Han had no intention to stop, but rather unfurled his divine sense to continue further downwards. The reason he had walked to the pool was for the sake of obtaining the best Een Soul Jade, and the best Een Soul Jade was naturally at the greatest depths of the pool. How could he possibly be satisfied with only that? He continued further downwards and it was extremely difficult. This was too exhaustive for divine sense. Not long had passed and Ling Han felt spiritually exhausted. He wanted nothing more than to just flop down and sleep. But if he did fall asleep, all his previous efforts would be wasted. How could that be allowed? Ling Han gritted his teeth and headed downwards dauntlessly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. With every instant that passed, Ling Han felt like he had reached his limits, but he still forcefully broke through his own limitations repeatedly, breaking previous records. He could see the bottom now. Ling Han felt a little numb, but right at this moment he spotted the bottom of the pool. There was only a single jade there, and it was exuding a gentle light of bluish green. Ling Han immediately had the feeling that this was the Een Soul Jade that he had been searching for. He extended his divine sense, which bulldozed towards that Een Soul Jade. Boom. His divine sense crashed into the rock. There was clearly no actual physical contact, yet he felt his whole body tremble, and felt like his head was about to be split apart. It's so tough. Ordinarily, divine sense was shapeless and could pass through everything, so why couldn't it do the same with this rock? This should be the reason why it was capable of becoming a container for a divided soul. Chapter 2098. Anyone saying malicious words will die. Ling Han continuously barraged that Een Soul Jade and was rebounded time after time. Yet he was still relentless. This Een Soul Jade was the largest that Ling Han had seen, and it was indeed said that the larger the Een Soul Jade, the better its effects would be. Moreover, this Een Soul Jade was also in the deepest depths of the pool. He was sure that this was the king of all the Een Soul Jades here. He would either give up altogether or demand the best. Ling Han's heart was set on this Een Soul Jade. He swore that he would not give up unless he managed to capture it. Boom, boom, boom. With every crash, he was like a fish that had no measure of its own abilities crashing into a solid embankment. There was absolutely no possibility for him to destroy the embankment. Instead, it would only badly bruise him, but to Ling Han, if he could not break it with one crash, then he would slam against it a second time and then a third time. As long as he did not give up, the embankment would ultimately be destroyed by his barrage. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and in another blink, 10 years had passed. 30 years, 50 years, 100 years. By the side of the pool, some people had long since obtained their Een Soul Jade, and completed their breakthrough, leaving happily. There were also people who had stayed here for an unknown number of years. They had no choice but to leave for the moment, because they still had people they were concerned about and could not stay here endlessly. However, stimulating the Een Soul Jade was a very time-consuming matter in the first place. Ordinarily, it would take 100 years at minimum, all the way to the maximum of 1,000 years. If you still could not stimulate the Een Soul Jade after a millennium, you had best try with another one. Otherwise it would definitely be hopeless. Whether it was Ling Han, the Empress, Hunyo, or bewitching Maiden Ro, none of them had stimulated their Een Soul Jade yet, and they were sitting as still as statues. 200 years, 500 years, 800 years. New people came in, and when they saw that there were actually 4 people sitting near the pool, their eyes bulged in shock, especially on seeing Ling Han, who was seated right next to the pool. He only had to stretch out his hand and he would be able to touch the water. This was practically something that only a celestial king could accomplish. 1,000 years. Xiao, a streak of light suddenly swept out of the pool. That was a piece of jade, and it shot rapidly towards bewitching Maiden Ro. With a paw, it crashed into her forehead, yet strangely did not cause any damage. Instead, like a buffalo made of mud entering water, it quickly phased inside. It was only the blink of an eye, and this piece of jade had disappeared from sight. She has obtained Ain Soul Jade. Ain Soul Jade obtained at the 84-meter point would definitely be incredibly powerful when it fuses into her divided soul. Even Tian He has only obtained his Ain Soul Jade at the 90-meter point, and he has practically defeated even all Earth souls in the 30 great cities in the vicinity of our capital Star City. This woman would definitely be even stronger. Could it be that she can match even an opponent at Heaven Soul's early stage? We can only wait and see. Under the envious and jealous eyes of the others, bewitching Maiden Ro began to harmonize with her Ain Soul Jade, attempting the breakthrough to Ain Soul. However, why isn't there any sign at all from the other three? It has already been 1,000 years, which is more or less the maximum. They must have overestimated themselves and wanted to stimulate a Ain Soul Jade that exceeds their standards. The natural result is that they could not possibly succeed. That's right. Did they think that just taking a few more steps forwards would definitely allow them to stimulate the best Ain Soul Jade? How naive. While we can choose the Jade, so would the Jade choose the person? Those short-sighted people began to make their cynical remarks again. However, Ling Han and the others had indeed used more than 1,000 years' time, which the others could say nothing about. These three people had probably already switched to a new target, or it would only be pointless effort. 1,500 years, 2,000 years. Why haven't the three of them succeeded yet? That's right, this kind of prodigy should have been able to very easily stimulate a Ain Soul Jade. Could it be that you guys don't know? A great many prodigies would be outstandingly talented at the beginning, but very quickly they would disappear among the crowd. As I look at it, these three people are perfect examples of that. At present we are inferior to them, but when we advance to Heaven Soul or even advance to Immortal Palace tier, these three people may still be in Yang Soul. Then we would be able to suppress them single-handedly. These people became more and more unscrupulous. Only idiots and mediocre people would produce zero results after a few millennia. Normal people would definitely be able to obtain the Ain Soul Jade in around 1,000 years' time. Those two women are really not bad. When I become a Heaven Soul. Hee. Ha ha ha. Hee. Not only were they disparaging Ling Han and the others, they had even dared to have evil designs on the Empress and Hunyo, looking at the two women with perverse looks. Pa. Human figures flew like they were made of straw. Bewitching Maiden Ro stopped, but blazing killing intent swept over her brow. It was she who had moved just now, sending those who had dared to speak such filthy words flying. Those that had been sent flying all got back to their feet, looking at bewitching Maiden Ro with furious eyes, and seemed like they would gang up on her. However, bewitching Maiden Ro smiled beautifully. Everyone, how about taking a dip in the pool? These words were very alluring and would cause anyone's heart to beat faster. Those people looked conflicted, but very quickly, their expressions became captivated and slightly vacant. They really set off and headed towards the Jade Pool. What kind of place was the Jade Pool? It was a place where the coldness seeped directly into the bones. That was where the highest regulations of water existed, something equivalent to the presence of a celestial king. Even an ascending origin tier would not dare to touch the pool waters directly, and within dividing soul tier, an emperor tier of Yang Soul would only be able to get about 90 meters from the pool, while even a monarch tier would be able to approach around 30 meters or so. As for the others, it would already be very impressive if they managed to make it to around 150 meters. There wasn't even a king tier among these people, and they naturally were incredibly ordinary. They had not walked forwards for very long when ice began to collect on their bodies, and mucus started involuntarily flowing from their noses. However, it had just barely flowed out when it became icicles that hang from their noses. Everyone's faces were as white as paper. This kind of extraordinary coldness possessed the ability to kill. Not too long later, a person stopped, and he had stopped for eternity, turned into an ice statue where he was standing. If no one interfered, he would stand there for eternity, serving as a warning for future generations. Without enough strength, don't even think of approaching the Jade Pool. Where there was a first person, there would be a second and then a third. More and more people had turned into ice statues. The others were shocked at this scene. If these people had frozen to death, having been tossed into the pool by bewitching Maiden Ro, they would only sigh at the strength of bewitching Maiden Ro's battle prowess. However, she was an emperor tier after all, and a prodigy among emperor tiers at that. Thus, it would not be anything remarkable for her to possess such strength. However, she had only smiled beautifully, and these people still smiled as they walked onwards even when they were clearly aware that only death lay ahead of them. Just what kind of terrifying ability was that? If she demanded that they kill their lover, children, parents, and friends, would they also execute her order? When they regained consciousness, what kind of agony would they be in then? What a terrifying witch. She was too frightening. Bewitching Maiden Ro merely swept an eye over the masses and did not speak, but what she wanted to express was fully expressed. No one can speak badly about our Ling clan, and whoever does will die. Overbearing? She was overbearing, but so what? If you were not satisfied, come fight her then. When this stand of power was established, everyone could not be any more well-behaved. To say nothing of King Tears, even when Emperor Tears came, there was practically no possibility that they could match bewitching Maiden Roush had advanced into Yin Soul by now, and her battle prowess could defeat all Earth Souls, and even in the case of Heaven Souls she could put up a fight. 3,000 years, 4,000 years, 5,000 years. Xiao, 2 streaks of light shot out of the pool at practically the same time. It was another 2 Yin Soul Jades and they flew towards the Empress and Hunyo respectively. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.